closer to getting to the end of this game. 36 baseball games are left. I did yesterday discover how to pitch better so that we can speed this up a lot. Hey Fishy Ash, how are you? You're Rosie. So I'm hoping I have a ratio of every 15-20 minutes is one game. Ooh wee, Turkey Rob, how are you? I'm keen, I'm ready. I want to get as much of this done as I can tonight, to be honest, so that we've got very little left to do. So without further ado, let's just get on with it. And of course we'll start with the anthem to kickstart tonight's baseball. Beautiful stuff. Let's turn the music off and we're going to turn my music on. But yeah, how's it going? I'm very TGIF tomorrow. I'm really ready for this weekend. Right. It's gone really cold again this evening as well, but it's supposed to be, I think it looks like spring is on the way next week. You're the same. The cold just makes, I mean, we'll be moaning in the summer, but the cold makes it worse as well. Like, walking home from work, like to the subway today, the wind was just like cutting through everything I'm wearing. I'm just like, oh my god, man. Hey Ross, good morning, how are you? I'm on. I'm ready. Out. Jay Bagwell. Strike. Pretty warm in Cyprus, so it keeps going to like 1 degree at night. Strike. I think it's about 5 right now, but we've had a wind which just makes it worse. Hey Mighty Duststones, how are you? Cyprus, yeah, Fish House is in Cyprus. We're all international here. All different time zones. I had a very disappointing dinner. I bought this frozen chicken stuff, you know, like fried chicken. And I thought it'd be like a, you know, like that sort of like white meat that you get inside like a deep fried chicken thing that you can just heat up in the oven or whatever. So I bought a bag of the frozen ones that I've never really seen before, but it said like do it in the microwave, but I'm like, well, I'm sure the toaster oven's fine. It'll have already been cooked. And then I cooked it in my toaster oven, and then I was like, oh, it's not going very crispy, like they usually do. And then I cut into it, and it's just like one of those skanky ass chickens that they do in the convenience store. Like the meat's just like kind of shit, cheap bits of chicken and whatever, and I'm just like, ugh. I ate like about a third of it, and I'm gonna throw the rest of the bag in the bin. A bit of skanky ass. Well, you know, people rave about this crap on YouTube, but I swear it's just a case of like oh, Japan kind of thing. But you know, like, oh, people got about like the convenience store chicken, and you know that they get their Instagram with like their Family Mart chicken, and I'm like, it's fucking rank. Like, I don't know why you want it. I think it's minging. It's really nasty food, that is. But people are like, oh, it tastes so good. It's gross. You're like, see, thank you, Quiggy. It's gross. It's like the nasty. It's covered in this like layer of like horrible crap as well. But you know who's not covered in a layer of crap? Cobra Commander, what the hell? I saw that you were still on actually when I got in from work, and I was just like, what? How are you? Oh, Techie Rob's on the case. I know! You raided me! That means you're up really late. I mean, I am on like slightly early, but not really. I'm usually on anywhere between the next 40 minutes. I've been trying to get on early all week just to get through this baseball game because it's taking forever. Hey Sonnevel, how are you? Thank you for the follow. Yeah, what the hell happened with that game you were playing? Have you finished it or have you given up? I saw that you were still on when I was making my dinner and I was just like, Jesus Christ. It's not like you to be up this late. You did. I don't even know what it's about. If you just come in and you know what's going on here, I'm doing every Mega Drive game there was, and this is one of them, and we're like 30 silly hours into this game. We've got 36 baseball matches left to go, and then it's done. There's the list of my progress, if you're curious. Currently in sports hell, and this is the state of sports. I was very optimistic about how much game was left. It's a Mislight by Sierra. Is that the one that freaked you out when you were younger and you didn't play it? Or is that the other one with the, there's like one with the dead girl or something, isn't there? But you beat it. I'm also aware that you probably desperately want to go to bed, so do feel free to just make your excuses and leave. Because it must be like the sun up where you are. Amber Journeys, oh that's the one. What's all this then? Says Abby Jams. What's all this?
Fly ball.
This is baseball. This is exactly what it was the other day when you said what's all this then. But yeah, I try and make Mega Drive baseball games fun. So if you like that, feel free to stick around. If you don't, that's sorry, I can't do much about it really, because that's all it is for today. Tomorrow we'll be getting back to PlayStation. I'm going to continue that weird Lovecraft strategy RPG thing that I've been playing. Hello, hello. What's all this then? Oh, I was listening to Abby Jam's doing crappy English accents earlier. I'm not going to do any American now. Not while we've got company. You love me doing baseball. A few people do. Some people genuinely do, and more power to them because it keeps me going. What have I been playing? It's a game called Ningyo no Rakuin. I've been posting about it on Bluesky. It's well, at first I played a game called Jailbreaker, which was really fun, and then I moved on to this one because it's the same developer and they made it the following year. But also, I'd really wanted to play it for a while. I was just waiting until I got nice cables. It's like some, you know, like Final Fantasy Tactics. It's like a 3D background with pixel art, but it's sort of Lovecraft inspired with like fish people kind of story kind of stuff. It's kind of a bit of a horror. Like two young people playing Crash on the island, and his girlfriend's been taken, and there's like different people on the island. Some of them are pleasant and some of them aren't, kind of cultists. I really like it. It's cool. I'm going to be getting back onto that tomorrow night. Only 36 left. Hey Scoring, how are you? We stand the fish people. You do. I'm quite I'm okay. They were really bad. Oh, they sound like everybody else's though, to be fair. It wasn't exceptionally bad. It's just when it's just the American does British. But yeah, this game was taking a long time, but ever since I've sort of discovered a really cheap way to pitch, which is as such, and it's just made it start to breeze by. Look, okay, which game are we talking about? Ningyo no Rakuin. I'll type it, makes it easier. It's not, to be honest though, I feel like it's been over-exaggerated about how Lovecraft it is. I don't really know much about Lovecraft, to be honest. I've actually, as a result of playing this, I've finally taken the plunge and started reading some. I'm in the middle of reading The Shadow of Innsmouth, which is sort of a similar theme and inspired the game, possibly, along with, what is it, Dogan? But, like American Cancer on Doctor Who? Who what? Who's problematic? Lovecraft? I think he was a little bit. Most people tend to be if they're pretty old. Yeah, he is. I think there's some stuff I've heard about, but I'm just reading a book, you know. There was actually a page specifically today that I read that I thought, ooh, as I was reading it. But you could just feel sort of his sort of prejudices coming through the pages a little bit there. But you know, I'm a big boy and I can read a book and not be brainwashed by it. Death for the author and all that. I'm enjoying it so far. The game and the book. But yeah, I think the connections to the... I think it's just... You know, like, I guess, like... Is Eternal Darkness that Lovecraftian? I don't even really know. Or is it just the sort of weirdness of it inspired by? This feels like it's very loose so far, but I've only played it for about 10 hours, so I can't really say yet. He's also literally... Yeah, he's dead. He's very dead.
Fly ball to the pitcher.
Happy stream anniversary to Abby Jams, by the way. 5 years, which is a long time. I'm almost up to my 5 years, I think, now too. Is this the WrestleMania? It is indeed the WrestleMania theme. You were there. You would know. Not at WrestleMania, but when I played WrestleMania. But yeah, we were just actually, to go back to that conversation, before the raid came in, we were just talking about Japanese convenience store chicken. And I agree, Quiggy, it's rubbish. It's overrated. It's literally, it's like the equivalent, I mean, people do it. I'm sure people from other, well, probably not so much now because McDonald's is pretty globalised, but it's like standing at McDonald's with like, I don't know, just a hamburger and going, ooh, you know, it's just a hamburger at the end of the day. I'd rather eat McDonald's, I think, to be honest, though. There's other... I like Lawson's Karagi-kun, though. That's good stuff. I like that.
Strike.
But the Family Mart chicken is just skanky.
Strike.
The red ones. Have you had the lemon? That's my favourite.
Out. My bad.
I really like the lemon. I usually get the lemon or the regular, the yellow one. They did some weird one a while ago, and I didn't like it really, but I bought it because I was playing Final Fantasy XIV at the time, and they did a campaign. Like if you buy them, you could get like, if you bought so many, you got some coupons. You got this exclusive like black fat chocobo mount. And I think they had like, I think it was like garlic, and it was just, I didn't like it myself. How many shikumas every day? Oh no. I just think it's gross. I really, really do. But anyway, that's kind of what I feel like I've accidentally bought, like a bag of 10 of them frozen, and I'm just like, I think I might put them in the bin. I don't really like to waste food, but it's not good. You really like thigh meat? It's just, I don't like the, you know, there's like this coating around it that I think is disgusting. You know, between the breadcrumbs and the chicken. I don't like it. Oh, I love breast meat.
Fly ball. Foul ball.
I like white dry chicken and just put gravy on it or something.
To third.
Prefer the white meat too. I can't tell if you're just being crude, Ross. I really can't anymore. Could be purely innocent. Thighs yum.
Fly ball to second.
Probably should have kept going there. You genuinely do.
Fly ball to left field. Safe.
You bet HC Lovecraft only ate white meat. Oh, for God's sake. Probably.
To first.
Tentacles, white meat or dark meat? I don't know. Discuss.
Fly ball to first.
It's kind of white when you cut into it, though, isn't it? Usually.
You're out. Safe. Fly ball to first. You're out.
Cut into many times. Well, now I've revived, but I've had like octopus here.
Safe.
It's kind of whitish, I think, mixed with a bit of purple. Maybe that's after it's cooked, though. So I don't think I've really thought about it raw.
Fly ball to first.
I was going to say something and then the tentacle conversation happened and now I don't know where to go from here. Eldritch Fried Horrors.
Strike. To third.
Oh, I'm considering buying a TV, you know, after because I'm really getting annoyed about the slightly thinner aspect ratio because of my TV's problem that I've been talking about, and I think at the weekend I might go to the used store and see how much just like a humble upgrade would be, because then I could stream in, well, not stream, but like have the RetroTink output to 1080, because I'm forced to do 720 now because my TV will only do 1080 1080i, and the RetroTink will only do 1080p, not I, and my TV doesn't do the P.
Fly ball.
Which is really irritating, so that means I'm stuck with 720p, but then that really inhibits all my options, and I feel like the aspect ratio ends up getting squished as a result, which annoys me. That's why it doesn't fit in my overlay properly at the moment. So I'm thinking of getting a... because I can't... What's really annoying is the RetroTink has all these pre-settings and stuff. It's twice what you stream in. Well, I only stream in like 720 because whatever. But my laptop probably couldn't handle it. I wish I could do 60 frames per second though. I do wish that, but that would make that really just makes my laptop like lag out. If I ever get a laptop upgrade, that would be nice. I've stuck with 30. Fairly cheap, you'll probably find a second-hand one. Well, yeah, that's what I'm hoping. Well, I mean, I could go to the hard off up the road, so I'll just have a look. But it's just, I don't know how to choose, really. I guess I'll just have a look. At least I can see it on. I'm not going to buy one new. Because, I don't know, I'm not really that bothered myself. Like, my TV's kind of fine. I'm okay with it. I've had it for like 14 years now, and it was really great because it let me plug in like all of my retro consoles, because it's a HD TV but it still has S-Video and VGA and component, and that was like, you know, everything. Saturn, PlayStation, Dreamcast, I could hook it all up, and then it's still HDMI. But I think I do need to probably do the upgrade, because the RetroTink has all these profiles, but I can't use any of them at 720. It feels like I want to say it's an oversight, but they're probably not, considering weirdos like me still using a 15-year-old TV and getting a RetroTink. So yeah, I don't know why they removed all the ports. Really, it feels like a real shame, because they keep the worst one and then bin all the others. That's what I don't... I mean, maybe it's just cost, like maybe... But I don't understand why they still include composite. Because composite is ridiculous to use on a HD... It's ridiculous to use anyway, but to use it on a HD TV, why do they even bother? Like, rip that out and put in basic component instead or something. I don't think we need S-Video, even though I quite like S-Video for my television. But you could still keep like component or SCAR or something, do you know what I mean? But I don't know, they just seem to rip them all out and keep the worst signal and the best. New TVs, do they not still have the red, white, yellow? Ones that I was looking at a bit ago did. because I was thinking why. Because that's always what's put me off getting a new TV, because I wouldn't be able to connect my consoles to it without obviously getting a retro tink. So, well, the absolutely brand new TV is mine. I was looking in the used section anyway. I just stopped making certain ones or something.
A home run.
Yeah, I just wondered why they kept insisting on putting in the audio video basic bog standard thing when nobody's going to ever use it.
Fly ball to left field. You're out.
Yeah, I might take a wander up and see. I feel like I've seen TVs up there for like about 150, 200, or even less, to be honest. But I mean, I might just splash out a touch. So we'll see. And then the other advantages is I can like get it back easily because it's not very far away. The only problem then is what am I going to do with my other telly, because it belongs to the apartment, not to me. So like shove it in the closet or something. But it's one day I'd like to move anyway. Use bouncing, but to be honest, I feel like the niche people that actually really like Bad Signal though would be the kind of people that would invest in stuff to set it up. Do you know what I mean? It's a super niche to cater for as a bog standard.
Strike.
Not in the closet. Hey, it's been out for like ever. I mean, sometimes I quite like it, you know, not with the signal per se, but quality. You know, you watch like VHS rips on YouTube. I find them kind of like warm and soothing, just that sort of bit more compressed audio and stuff for old stuff. I wouldn't want to watch like a film that way, but like, you know, old kids cartoons, and it's clearly just been ripped off the TV. Yeah, those are my thoughts, because it's like I'm supposed to have all these profiles on this retro thing, but they only function at 1080i or 1080p, that you can't use them at 720. All I've got is generic 4x3, and the generic 4x3 seems to just squish everything. I mean, I could manually maybe adjust it, but I don't really know what I'm doing, so I don't really want to tinker too much. I was hoping to just have the console presets that they have, where they've got like the 2 different aspect ratios for Mega Drive and the 2 or 3 for PlayStation.
Out. Fly ball to left field. You're out.
I'm out, what a shame. I should start bunting actually, because we're winning.
He bunts it. You're out. He bunts it. You're out.
You're out.
Strike. Strike. Out.
Oh, thank you very much. That's very kind of you.
Strike. Fly ball to left field. You're out.
Techie Rob, what you doing? Thank you, nice boys.
Strike. Strike.
Woo woo. Ah, take your up, thank you. Give it to Abby Jams.
Out. To second. You're out.
I want to move this Thunderfall song along, but I feel bad now because Techie Rob likes it. Oh, Ross, thanks. Thank you, nice boys.
Right. To third.
Get in on the fun. Well, I appreciate it very much.
Hey.
Oh, double the thanks. Thank you.
Fly ball. Foul ball.
I know, they're like, is it lagging out the stream? Because it's lagging out the chat thing for me. Well, not the chat, but you know how they fly up in the chat box or something? They were going very slow for me. It's all the excitement. This is such a banger.
Right.
Ooh. Stream's working fine. My laptop's, that's another thing I need to update at some point, but it's just money.
Third. Foul ball. Out.
I want to get some more consoles as well, because I would really like to do Super Nintendo like I'm doing with the Mega Drive. That library really interests me, and there's a lot of overlap anyway, but I want to get a real Super Nintendo in order to do that. And then I want to get an N64 and possibly a PC Engine. And then I also need to get a new TV, I need a new laptop. Should also probably move, but that's never going to happen. Not for a while, I'm just been stuck here for ages. Different research laptop. My tax refund just gets eaten by my pension immediately, or my health insurance. I never really get to use my tax return. Just goes straight back into paying more tax.
Strike.
I've got to do that soon.
Strike.
Much fun. I would love to get a PC Engine and do... I mean, I've always said if there was one console library I would love to play all of, like that I'm doing with the Mega Drive, the PC Engine is it, because there's so much interesting, weird stuff. And I love RPGs, and there's tons of like Japanese-only RPGs on there that I would love to play. PCFX. I wouldn't mind getting one of those, but there's only about 3 games I actually want to play on it. And I've already played one of them on the PlayStation. I played Boundary Gate like 2 years ago. That's probably one of the best, most interesting looking games on there. That and there's like a Farland game I would probably want to play. And then there's, I can't remember what it's called, there's one with these like anime girls that walk in and out the foreground. It's kind of a weird, like a sprite scaling effect. I can't think what it is. It's like an adventure game, I think. That one looks interesting, but there's not really much on the... Oh, I guess there's Langrisser as well, but I've played Langrisser on the Saturn, so... Thanks, Techie Rob. The big tour, not small. Thank you very much. You finished the hype train. Appreciate you. Surprised you know about the PCFX Escordian, actually. I didn't think you didn't seem to show much interest in anything that isn't Amiga. Have you played it? I was looking at getting one actually at one point. I probably should before they get expensive, but I don't even know how you connect them and stuff, like what kind of cables you'd use. Because it's the kind of thing that, you know, like retro gaming company, like HD cables or whatever, retro gaming cables or whatever, wouldn't cater for. But I wonder if it perhaps can also just use the same things as a PC Engine. Got rid of everything but your one true love. Retro gaming, you're looking at getting my end up. Oh! Do you ever play other games off stream, or are you just totally committed to Amiga now? I want to know when Techie Rob's going to fix his Mega Drive and play Ride and Trad.
Strike. Strike.
You play less games on... Yeah, that's the same thing that's happening with me, to be honest.
Out.
That's why I've been trying to get back into playing my backlog on the weekends, playing some PlayStation games, because all I'm playing is Mega Drive. Because I'm streaming a lot of the time, but then I have all these games that I'm just not playing at all. All I ever play is just like baseball and stuff.
Strike.
So I need to get into playing some of my portable games as well, because I can just do that in bed. Like a lot of it's also, I've said before, is I'm not very comfortable a lot of the time in my apartment with the furniture and stuff. There's a weird psychology though that goes into it. Like when I stream, I tend to just be more comfortable. I guess it's because I'm like preoccupied. I'm just sort of so focused on like talking and streaming and multitasking and stuff, and I can't really move much. It's like being on a plane almost. It's kind of weird, but my like tolerance for comfort seems to be longer. But if I'm just like casually like relaxing and playing a game, I just can't sit still, and I'm like, oh, I ache and just want to move and stuff. With my particular like, the problem is what's comfortable for streaming is not comfortable for not streaming, and what's not comfortable, I mean, what's comfortable for not streaming is just totally impractical for streaming. Because you know what I'd like to do is just like put my bed back near the TV and lie down in the bed and play. ZPS, I want to play that. Because I don't know about everybody else, but I live in a very small place, because that's just, I don't have a lot of money, and obviously Japan, small places are smaller unless you've got a lot of money. So I live and stream in all the same space. Like my bed is literally like 50 centimeters away from me right now. I'm in one like kind of long room, and there's like the TV and the sofa and the table in one side, and then my bed's in the other bit. So I don't really have space. I don't have like a gaming room. Like a lot of streamers have like these rooms with like a desk and all their stuff and all their retro consoles and everything set up, and that's their like streaming space. This is my living room. I'm just sitting on my sofa in front of a coffee table. There's not much I can do about it. I used to stream on the floor. I used to sit on the floor on like a chair that I had no legs on the bottom and underneath the coffee table. Live in a shared house. No, it's a nightmare. I don't know if I could live in a shared house though. I'd have a bigger place probably if I did, but yeah. My friend lives in a bigger place though, but he lives like 30-minute train ride out of town, so you know, depends where you live. Thank you for the subs and the bits there, guys. Appreciate that. Always helps. Cart's healthy. It should be an easy fix. Just have to tweak the flash cart a little. What cart? I really want to play ZPF. I've seen that they've started selling it again, but it's just a bit expensive. Because of, I think it's like 20. It's going to be $20 to post it. Hey Shadowplay, how are you? Yeehaw.
Fly
Playing
ball
ball.
to left field.
You doing alright? Oh, what am I doing? I want a bunt. I don't actually want to engage with this. I just want to speed it up.
Fly ball to left field. Strike.
PS4 controller. Oh, they always die. Fucking garbage things they are. Really annoys me. I feel like it's a huge trend with like just modern gaming. Controllers are rubbish. Aren't the Joy-Cons supposed to be dreadful until I think Nintendo subtly fixed them for the LED model or something, didn't they? But DualShock 4s are rubbish. I've been through like about 4 of them. They just, you look at them and they break. Oh, they're rubbish. No, they're the best DualShock 4 I ever had is the one that came with my PlayStation in the box. Every single extra one I buy, they always break. They always like go weird. They either get like drift or they do weird stuff like the L button will just go on a mind of its own. I think a lot of the problems with them is it's just the wireless. I think one day we're going to regret wireless controllers. It's lovely and comfortable for a lot of people, but I don't know. I think bring the wires back. I think they're much more prone to breaking. And also in the future we're going to be in a situation where there's no fucking controllers left because they're all bust. And all the batteries are dead. And only modders can actually play their games anymore. I prefer wired controllers because they sort of, unless you bugger the wire up, they tend to last. 3 PS4 controllers and only 30. Yeah, I just think it's rubbish. DualShock 3 generally lasted longer, but yeah, I've gone through 2 of those. Wired controllers never lose. No, they don't. They don't run out of battery either. You don't like sit down to play and realise you forgot to charge.
Out.
So, but then again, I live in small places, so I don't have the complaint about wanting to sit really far away. I'm using a wired Mega Drive controller right now, although I do think this one it's a touch short. They always get stuck.
Out.
Yeah, I'm trying to be really careful with mine because I got my PlayStation controllers. I really need to buy a new PlayStation 4 controller just to keep it in a box for like 10 years time, and I probably need it.
Strike.
I did buy a brand new DualShock 1. Not in the mood for this music, this can go away. I bought a brand new DualShock 1 about 3 years ago. I got very lucky. I was in a used store chain and they just had one still in the box. So I bought that. It was only like $50, 35 quid.
Out.
And I used that one for my gaming. And it's just nice condition. And I try and be careful with it, like I always put it away in like a box and stuff, and I don't like use it after eating without washing my hands. Because that's a big thing, I think, is just having crap on your hands and using control pads. All the gunk and stuff like builds up in the analog sticks. So I try and like wipe it down with a Q-tip every now and then. And then I also did the same with 2 PS2 controllers that I got. Someone was selling one that was allegedly like it was one of those that came in the box with the PlayStation 2, and it was still like in the wrap, and they said that it was new, and it looked new, and when it arrived it looked new. You can sort of tell when one is actually new or just been clean, because I think, you know, the rubber on the select and the start buttons, when they're genuinely new, they're like sharp on the edges as hell. I think a big giveaway is a smooth button on the thingy. Hey Duda, how are you?
Strike. Short.
And the other thing to do is to just look down the sides and stuff. If there's even the slightest bit of gunks in the cracks and the stuff, you know it's been used. but that can be cleaned. You can't fix the rubber.
Fly ball to short.
Hey Dimitri. How's baseball in Atlanta? We've won one game. We're on the second game now of the evening.
Fly ball. Strike.
But then yeah, I got this other one for the PS2. But then just after I bought it, like a couple of weeks later, I think I saw someone actually selling one
Strike.
on the internet, and it was in a box and stuff,
Out.
like with the whole packaging and stuff. And I thought it wasn't super expensive either. And I thought, you know what's better than one brand new PS2 controller is having two. So I double dipped,
Strike.
because there'll be a point in time where you can't get brand new PlayStation 2 controllers, even like just on the marketplace. So I thought, oh, why not?
Strike.
And it's really nice, because the one that I got originally was black, but this one's that like midnight blue that's slightly transparent, and I love that one.
Strike.
But yeah, that's my list.
Strike.
This is actually technically game 45, but we're replaying it because when I first started doing all of this, I didn't play the sports games properly. I just sort of messed about on them for 30 minutes and moved on. There's only about 8 games that I did that with though, but we've gone back. This is the last one to fix. This is the final sports game that I need to redo. So technically we haven't finished any Mega Drive games yet this year, because we closed 2024. We closed 2025 with Tasmania. That was game 263. And what a dreadful end to the year that was. Did not enjoy that.
Fly ball to second. You're out.
What a banger! Well, I'm sure it was interesting to watch, but I didn't enjoy playing it. Why don't you play that one? I should have said that was one of the best games. A banger.
You're out.
No, I thought it was awful.
To first.
To first.
To short.
Ho 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 ho. I was listening to my VOD for Jailbreaker because while I was cutting up a pineapple. That detail's important. But I was cutting up a pineapple, and I was listening to my VOD for Jailbreaker, the final part, just to see if there was like any vocab I wanted to pull from it to make a flashcard to check back later. And I re-saw that scene with oh, what was her name? Maria. When I think he died, and then it's like all this like somberness, and then she's just like, "Are you okay?" And she's like, "Oh, I'm fine," and then it just starts going another East Coast immediately. I forgot how terrible that was. I was laughing all over again at it. Which Taz game was that? The first one, Tasmania. I had Taz Escape from Mars as a kid.
Fly ball to left field.
I really didn't. I sort of was very indifferent about Taz Escape from Mars. I didn't like it. No, I didn't like it. I didn't like it. But then Tasmania, I thought. I haven't played Escape from Mars since I was a kid, but I felt like Tasmania was worse. But a lot of people tell me Escape from Mars is worse, but I'm not sure. We'll see when I get to it. Escape from Mars is the one you had.
Out.
Escape from Mars is where you start out on Mars with Marvin the Martian and the green, like, enemy things, the birds. That'd be on another East Coast. And then you go to, like, different places on Earth. You go to, like, you go to planet Moleville or whatever it is, and then you go to, like, the Wild West, I think, with, like, Yosemite Sam.
Out.
I could never finish it, though. Yeah, you picked an odd night to come in. I hope you came in with the raid. But, well, I'd say you picked an odd night, you picked an odd month, because this has mostly been the last, like, 2 weeks. This is stream 10 of R.B.I. Baseball. But, we really did get through quite a lot of games yesterday, though, so I feel like there's only going to be, well, hopefully 5 more of these. Maybe more. Got to do the playoffs.
Out.
Not gonna be 15. No, because we found the first 2 streams was me being indecisive about what mode I wanted to play. I technically played about 3 or 4 more games that I didn't even need to. Because I started doing the playing the division, didn't I? And I think I did about 3 of those teams.
To second. You're out.
Hey Apathy, how are you? You know what I'll do after yet? Well, it depends on the... maybe if I get a nice new TV. I'm thinking of playing like maybe a game that I own. Like Elemental Master or... No, I'm not playing ball. There was something I was thinking of playing and I can't remember what it was. Let's see if we play the Lion King game. Oh my god. I actually have that on my shelf now because I went back to the UK for Christmas and picked up some of the PAL games that are region free and don't have like 60Hz issues because this is a Japanese Mega Drive. So I need to take the piece of plastic out inside. We also need to replay Chakan this year because that was my promise of meeting the sub goal when I did my Salty September event last September. So I do need to do Chakam. Why is it every time the sound drops a fucking siren goes past, I swear. Oh god, yeah. Did you see some of that the first time? I think you were there, weren't you, Quiggy? I was losing my fucking marbles at one point.
You're out.
I'm not too concerned about the Lion King, you know, cut to me getting really angry at it when I finally do play it, but I feel like at this point I've played harder than the Lion King. I think I've played harder games than that now. It was definitely hard and it was definitely irritating as a kid, but I'm sure I've played worse now. Oh, it's still absolutely difficult, but I've played some bullshit now. Yeah, I don't think the Lion King will be the one that breaks the camel's back. Do you know what I mean? Like, I mean, what have I done that's really hard? What have I done that's really hard? I mean, Air the Acrobat, for one thing, was wretched. That was hard. Yeah, yeehaw. We Lotus Turbo Challenge was something. Tasmania was kind of hard. Shit, though. That minecart rubbish. Didn't take that long, though.
To the pitcher.
Ride and Trad took me ages.
You're out.
Better collision detection on the jumps.
He bunts it. You're out.
But yeah, what was the other thing? I also want to play Fantastic Dizzy again this year. In fact, you know what's probably harder than the Lion King is James Pond 1.
Strike.
Dizzy!
Out.
I'm not sure when I'll do the Lion King. Gotta spread them out a bit. Because I've recently acquired Gunstar Heroes, but I don't know if I should do Gunstar Heroes for a good 100 games or 200 games, because we've already done Rocket Knight Adventures, and Dynamite Heady, and like what else? Other cool like kind of games like that. Have I done any other treasure games? I've done Dynamite Heady. Oh, I've already done McDonald's Treasure Island. I've done Dynamite Heady. I played Light Crusader before. I grew up with that game. See, I've never played Gunstar Heroes. And I'm kind of excited to play that one. I've never played Alien Soldier either, but I can't afford that one. James Bond 1. You ain't finished it. You ought to try the Mega Drive version. You love Gunstar Heroes? Yeah, so I said I've managed to get a copy. It arrived. I tested it out for the first like couple of levels. Not couple of levels. The first like I got past. I think I got to the end of the first level, the boss, and then I turned it off. The 3D walking thing.
Fly ball to left field.
Hey Smudgy, how are you?
You're out.
You're out.
You're out. Fly ball to left field.
Not bad, you had a nice sleep. I had a nap at work today.
He bunts it.
I was tired. I'm ready for the weekend. I'm ready to play some. I'm actually really ready to play some more Ningyo no Rakuen. I'm really kind of keen to see what happens next. I mean, there's no rule that says I can't play it in the week, but I tend to like to keep the themes the same for like, I don't know, there might be some people who only want to watch that or only want to watch Mega Drive, so then they can sort of pick and choose, but also, I mean, I don't mind, I'll do Mega Drive on the weekend sometimes if I'm in the middle of a good game, but when it comes to playing Japanese games, I find they go better on the weekend when I'm not under time pressure, and I've also usually, like, slept better, hopefully. Although Fridays are tiring. I think it's also nice to have the space between, you know, instead of, if it's just like a heavy story game, it's nice to have a break in between. Like, if anybody's sort of invested and following in the story, it can be a lot to demand, like, to watch every single night and keep up, you know what I mean? If you've got a bit of a, like a week between, if anybody's super keen on it, they can catch up with the VOD in the week. Because, I mean, I don't think anybody's bothered about catching up on what they missed on yesterday's baseball. So I used to do that when I used to, a couple of people that I watch, but the one that doesn't stream anymore, I used to check out her, because of the time zones I couldn't watch in the week, I could only watch on the weekend. So I used to watch the VODs for the week, if it was like an RPG or something. So I need to catch up. You were there. You're always here. I can't get rid of you. It's the weird. It's the raid that just keeps on giving. Didn't know what I was. What's the word? I didn't know what I was getting. Right. I was only browsing the old retro thing, and I think I saw. I think did you have an LGBT tag on? I think that would have probably caught my attention at first, and I was just like, oh, who's this person? I was just looking for new places to raid because I was sick of raiding the same people, and then I saw you were on one evening, and then I just made a mental note of it, and then at one point you were still going, and I raided on over. Because it's nice to raid, have a bit more choice for raid targets, and I don't like to take recommendations while I'm live, because I've done that in the past and it's usually always kind of cringe, to be honest. I tend to prefer to look in advance myself before I raid him and see if there's sort of a decent person or just at least a similar vibe. There's nothing the other way round as well. There's nothing worse when you can tell that's like someone sort of recommended you, but you actually really don't go. I had somebody raid in once, and clearly somebody just watching had suggested me to them, but you could tell that they were just like, "What the fuck?" when they got here. And then I even like had a nose afterwards, and I was just like, "Yeah, we don't really. I don't think we're in the same brainwave at all. Not my cup of tea."
Foul ball.
I mean, recommendations can work, but I think you need to. Oh, you bitch!
Thank you, mate.
I think you need to know, sort of know the person that's recommending it fairly well too.
Strike.
That's why I got rid of the
He bumped
what is it called? Guide the raid, redeem. No thanks. I'll pick. I'm okay. I'll pick myself.
Strike.
I also like to pick, I kind of like to pick different people, but I also like to kind of just pick people depending on obviously what the views are that I have, for example, because I'd like to, if somebody I know who's only just starting, like tonight, I'll probably pick someone who's only just, maybe either just starting or low down the list at the moment, because I always think that's a nice way when you've been blessed to bless someone else. Yeah, I was that.
Strike.
It's just awkward.
Out.
I might not necessarily follow, because I don't like following people when they're live, when I don't want to talk. It's feel a bit weird. That's why I have the anonymous follows on. And I think it's one of the best things I ever did. Well, obviously, I'm not original. It was seeing other people were doing it on their streams, and I thought, you know what, that's a really good idea. There's nothing worse than when you just want to drop a quick follow but not talk at all, or maybe even just leave afterwards. But you get like, oh, thank you for the mood, the raid. I can't even speak now. Thanks for the follow, Hysteric Moon. How's it going? It's like, I'm off. Bye.
Fly ball to left field. You're out. To second. You're out.
There's a streamer I follow that we all kind of know, and
Fly ball to third. Foul ball.
I actually fat finger followed by mistake. I was on my phone, I was on the subway, and I was trying to scroll down. I was on their about page, trying to just scroll down to read some info, and I accidentally hit the follow button. And I was like listening at the time, and then they're like, "Oh, hey, thanks for the follow, Hysteric Moon." I'm like, "Oh shit." And then after that, I was just like, "Hi." Still follow him though, so it was actually kind of a good thing.
Strike.
Because I don't know, I might have not otherwise.
Strike.
That's the origin of why that's why my bot says that. When it says someone's maybe possibly fat fingered the follow button or whatever, because I have done it.
Strike.
But yeah, sometimes I like to browse retro and just have a look, but I don't want to follow because they're live and I'm not going to watch. I'm literally just like looking for potential people that I might want to raid or stuff. And I also feel a bit weird because it's often when I'm about to go live too anyway, because I'm looking for who I might raid later. So I don't want to start a conversation and then immediately hit go live, because I always think that looks kind of cringe to be like, anyway guys, I'm off, bye bye, and then like 2 seconds later like you're like live. Just looks like weird. I don't know, maybe I think too much. Unlike some people who just show up and chat while they're still live, you know.
Strike.
Don't do that. Have to leave Twitch now from embarrassment. Yeah.
He bumped it.
Forever.
Foul ball.
I see what you're talking about. You're probably live now, aren't you?
Out.
You know what it really is, though? I just envy all you people that can like stream and have like Twitch open at the same time. I can't like have other people like lurking, tabbing other people while I stream. My laptop would like just jump off the table.
Hey.
How is it that when Abby Jam's streaming, she's always like, "Oh, let me just check on my lurkies." I'm like, I wish I could have lurkies while I was streaming. You want to see 30 frames per second drop down to 5?
He bumps it.
Yeah, I can't do that. It would make my laptop out. Twitch is a huge resource drain. Twitch is a massive resource drain.
Strike.
Twitch and OBS open at the same time is a big resource drain. My laptop will do it. It will definitely do it, but it's just putting strain on it.
Out.
That's why I don't really want to stream PC games at the moment. Someday I'll get a new laptop at home.
Strike.
But we survive. Although I'm getting a bit concerned because, you know, we've had a couple of these crashes recently, and I'm just like, is it OBS or is it my laptop? Because I don't know what the other one was the other night. I don't know why it did that. And it's winter right now. It's not even hot weather.
Strike. Strike. Out.
Yay, Atlanta. 30. Wait, what? 46. I've been keeping count. Atlanta. Let's go. We'll soon be at 20 something, isn't that exciting?
Play ball. Strike. The first. Safe. Strike. He bumps it.
What are you planning to play next, or is it a secret?
Strike.
I want to do Shining in the Darkness soon. I just need to get hold of a copy myself, but I feel like I'm overdue an RPG. There's a couple of games that other people have redeemed though as well. No secret, just nothing planned. Pac-Man 2 is a choice actually, because I'm keen to play that one. I played Pac-Man 2, back in the day. Well, not in the day, but in a day. I played it on an emulator on PC in the late 90s, I think. But I can't remember which version I played. I don't know if it was the Super Nintendo version or the Mega Drive one. I remember enjoying it. I just need to move these cables. I never finished it though, because I didn't have a manual or anything, didn't know what I was doing half the time, but I thought it was really pretty. But I think it was the Super Nintendo version.
Strike. Fly ball.
And then obviously Eurosi picked Animaniacs a while ago.
You're out.
There is that to do.
Fly ball to left field.
There's also Brian Lara's cricket that Techie Rob picked about 2 years ago.
You're out.
Oh, actually, that's what I want to replay because the music's just come on. Echo. I really want to redo Echo all the way through. I'm going to do that in an upcoming weekend, I think.
Fly ball to second.
I might even try and start early. So I would really love to do it in a single sit-in, but it's a bit ambitious.
Safe. Strike.
I'd like to try the Game Gear Echo at some point. I've heard that's supposed to be okay. Save one. Tuesday, Thursday combo for Echo. Are you going to try and finish Echo? If you've never played it before, it'll take a while. You'll not single stream it if you've never played it before.
Strike.
It took me 3 streams. Well, it took me 2 streams, really. But I went back and redid it because, obviously, you know the Welcome to the Machine level, the infamous level. So I streamed it in 2 halves. It was mostly because it was bedtime, really. I think the whole game only took me like, I don't know, what does it say on my thing? I want to say 12 hours.
Strike.
Where's Echo? 15 hours, but you could knock off a couple hours of those though. So what I did, the way that obviously Welcome to the Machine works is when you finish it and then you fight the Queen, if you lose, if you die, then you have to redo the whole of Welcome to the Machine. There is a password, however, that you can use to start on the Queen level. So the first time I beat it, I did Welcome to the Machine, and then I died, and I was like, well, I'm not doing Welcome to the Machine again because I've just done it. I'll use the password. Obviously, these were early days when I wasn't as stubborn as I am now. And then, and I thought nothing of it, just like, oh well, whatever, we'll just do the password. I got it from the internet. And then when you finish the Queen, it gives you a password for the Queen. So technically, if you were playing in legitimate terms off a car with no information, you should not have access to that password until you finish the game. So I thought about it, and then the next day I went back and redid it from... I actually redid it from the tube in one sitting. I did the tube, Welcome to the Machine, and the final boss again without using a password, just to prove I could. The thing is with the Queen though is you'll lose the first time because it's right BS. It literally drops you into an enemy's hitbox at the start of it that is most likely going to kill everybody immediately. So as soon as you go through the... It's so mean. You get through the end of Welcome to the Machine and you're like, oh my god, I did it! And then it just immediately throws you into enemy hitboxes in the final boss, and then you die immediately, and then it suddenly goes back to Welcome to the Machine and you're like, are you fucking kidding me? It's very, very cruel. Because you kind of need to hold left or right at the end of it to try and avoid getting hit at the start. And then you need to actually work out how to do the boss, which is not very clear or obvious. And it's, and you don't have the luxury of trial and error, because every time you lose, you've got to do the 8-minute auto-scrolling hell that is Welcome to the Machine.
Fly ball to first.
But I I just practice. My advice to anybody that wants to do Echo is just practice the final boss in isolation and then go for the run. Trying to learn how to do the final boss when you've got to keep resitting Welcome to the Machine every time is just going to be miserable.
Fly ball to left field.
Final boss is actually rather easy once you know what to do and you've figured out how to do it. But it's the trial and error to get there.
Fly ball to right field.
You just save at the last state we get to the end of the stream. Do you actually use save states then on streams? I didn't know if you did. I always thought you were... Because you play a lot of like kind of hardcore-y kind of fighting games and stuff, I thought you just had that sort of mentality.
You're out. Fly ball.
Or do you just mean like in that sort of a situation in between levels?
Fly ball to short.
Did you save state quack shot?
You're out.
You hardcore, you use paper funnel cheats, you do you.
Fly ball to
I
right
have my
field.
views, everybody knows my views about save states. Wow. People that have been here a while know my views because I've talked about it before, but...
Time.
You've been competitive so long you don't want to be asked. If you don't have to, we try and avoid them. R.B.I. Pog, it is. We've got only so many left. I've gone through the motions of save states.
Foul ball.
I used to use them all the time and then I stopped, and now I enjoy not using them.
Fly ball to right field.
My general view is you do you, but don't reverse judge me for using them, which I actually find is often a lot more common. People say that like, oh, there's so much gatekeeping with like save states, people like gatekeep people and stuff, but I actually find it's the other way around. I usually find I don't usually see people attacking other people who save state. I usually see people that save state attacking people who allegedly
Right.
like disparage them for using save states. Is usually the stuff that I see over and over again, and I often find that I've sometimes experienced it in the reverse, where people sort of put pressure on you to use a save state. I don't know if it's because they're bored, or if it's just the psychology of they want you to do it too so that they feel better or something. I don't know. But I find like I will sometimes, it's like you get this sort of conversation of like, oh, I don't know how you could do this. I don't have the patience. I have better things to do than do this. And there's a lot of sort of negativity about actually just trying to beat a game on its own terms, I think.
Strike.
Can Slasher please stop Phyllis legit on the Saturn? Technically he's on quack shot the last boss because was getting hella tired, but then you went afterwards. I've done that though. Sometimes because the thing is though, I even think even that's a little bit kind of dodgy in my opinion. I don't do that anymore. I have done that in the past, but I feel like if you drop a save state, you'll play differently because the pressure's gone now, and it doesn't matter as much. You're more reckless. Because you know something, you know those final seconds of Lotus? My heart, or even, you know that final track of F1? That final track, when it took me a whole hour to get there, my heart was like pounding. I'm surprised you couldn't even hear it on the microphone. It felt like it was going to burst out of my chest while I was trying to do that final thing. But if you just dropped a save state, like just in case, it would completely remove that element of pressure. Just like, damn, come on now. Any game anyway, as long as you're happy and having fun, but I don't like when other people push their views just because they want to play and you're not a real gamer. The real gamer conversation is rubbish, that's nothing. A gamer is just somebody that plays games. You're playing a game.
Strike.
It is a slippery slope, yeah. You start with one and you're using more.
Out. Strike. Strike.
I do find if you use one, you'll use more. You start making more excuses.
Time.
It's absolutely take the pressure. Ultimately, it's not the goal. Oh no, yeah. I mean, it depends on what you're doing, and also just because you do one day doesn't mean you don't another. Like I've had, when I'm doing like Salty September or something else, I've beaten the game once, and I don't need to prove it again. Do you know what I mean? I just want to like showcase the game and have a good time, and that's sometimes when I might consider doing it. Sometimes I'll get a bit like whatever again and want to do it, but it's different mentalities.
Out.
I mean, for myself, like different personal mental states that I'm in. Sometimes, I want to do it, and sometimes I just want to have a nice time. Can't be asked to learn miserably, because it's like, I think the last time I did Sonic 2,
You're out.
I get to the final boss in the Death Egg Zone, and I can't remember how to do it, and I know for a fact I'm going to die, so I'm just going to drop a save state, because I've already beaten the game on stream once. I don't need to replay the entire fucking game again just to prove it. I just want to finish the game. So it depends. It depends what your angle is. Like, do you want to conquer this game, or do you just want to play it?
To the first.
What is a real gamer? Oh, it's just
You're out.
people that play video games. It doesn't matter what it is. I don't even like the word like gamer anyway. I mean, I have it on my Bluesky, but that's spelled with a Y. Yeah, every time I play Sonic 2, I always lose at the end, because I always can't remember how to do the final boss.
Strike.
I get the hitbox all wrong. But call anyone that uses save cheats not a gamer. No, and usually I find it's the reverse way round, like I said. I usually find it's people that... It's like they're trying to convince you to not do it, and that their way is better. Because I hear this a lot, like people just saying like, oh... I don't know how you could play this, like, I don't know how you could just start over, like, these games are cheap, retro games are cheap, they don't respect your time, oh, it's just jank bullshit anyway. And I'm just sitting here like, it's not though, it's just that you haven't learned how to play the game, and you don't want to put in the time to do so or practice it. The game actually isn't as cheap and as shit as you're saying it is, it's just that you have brute force save stated through it. But then it's like my opinion doesn't matter anymore.
Strike.
I don't know, it just gets a bit frustrating. This sort of pressure to
To third.
just take the easy route out. Because I've had it said to me while I'm doing stuff, it's just like, oh, you could just drop a save state before the final boss. Like, you've proved that you've already done the level, and it's like, I don't want to. Stop telling me. I don't want to.
Strike.
And then it's like, oh, but it's just a waste of time or whatever. I don't know how you can keep like smashing your head against that. It's like, because I'm enjoying the accomplishment,
Out. Strike.
Yeah, I find it's more common that way than not.
Strike.
Have a lot of unimportant things to lose. So I seriously find gamer is a hurdle to get over.
Out.
I ain't got the music on at the minute, you Rosie. It would only be you. I'll just put it on as a favour if it's on the thing. I think it is.
Strike.
Is it in this playlist?
Ball.
Oh, it's there.
Ball.
I think my main problem with it all, and like I said, it really is just a case of like, do what you want to do and what makes you happy. But I think the only thing that, and I think from what I'm talking to other people that have the same sort of view, I think the general consensus is, it's not about using a save state. If you want to, that's fine. I'm not judging you for wanting to use a save state. What is annoying is when people try to pretend it's not what it is and can't just say that that's what they're doing. It's like, because it's like, you know, there's a whole conversation about that it's not cheating. It is. And that's fine. You know, if you want to do that, that's fine. But you stop trying to change the language into that it's something that it isn't. It's quite literally cheating. And that's that. And you know what? Cheating is okay. But just own it. But that's what gets so exhausting. And it's sort of this like, you know, like, oh, people get like annoyed when people say like, oh, you didn't really beat the game if you save stated. But it's like, because you didn't. Really, you didn't beat it. You went through the game and you finished it. And did you have a lovely time? Great. But did you beat the game? No, you didn't. It's quite black and white. You either beat it or you didn't. And it's not a judgment. So it's a different thing. You played the game and saw it and got to the end of it. You finished the game, I guess you could say. It's kind of semantics though, so that's kind of a bit of a difficult rabbit hole to go down. But it's kind of just a difference. It's like somebody that save stated through, I don't know what's difficult, Battletoads versus somebody that played it properly. It's different. I've not finished the original I've done the Mega Drive one. But the other thing that I think one of the most important things really about it is my problem with save states is I think they warp people's views on games. I think it really changes how people view retro games, and I think popularity with games is distorted as a result too. I think there's a lot of games that get dismissed as bad or janky when it's actually just you wanted to finish this in 30 minutes and you didn't want to take any time to learn how to play the game at all, and you sort of smashed your face into it and didn't have a good time and used some save states in order to get through the game, but you never learned how to play it. So the game just kept pushing back and you didn't have fun, and then you called the game cheap crap. I find that happens a lot. And then I also find the opposite. There's certain games that people maybe breeze through and don't actually realise the shortcomings of the game because of being able to bypass the bullshit. Like, case in point, like I just said with that welcome to the machine and the final boss thing, if you make yourself a checkpoint there, then you've totally not really experienced how stupid and annoying that game design is, that it makes you go back and do all of that again. And that's exactly what you should be like, Terry, and it is totally fine. As long as you're enjoying yourself, but it's like, just you're not trying to make it more than it is. I've used save states and stuff. I like to use save states to practice as well, like difficult parts of games. They're a great tool. And then try and go for the clear. I use save states for convenience. I use save states to, you know, like if I'm playing, like when I was playing Air of the Acrobat 2, I got halfway through it and I need to go to bed. I use the save state because I don't want to leave my machine on all night. I'm going to have to, probably, if I did it with real hardware. That's one problem that we're going to have, I think. But then when I started it up the next day, if I got game over, I would start from the beginning again.
Fly ball. The first.
I use save states so I don't have to deal with passwords.
Fly ball. The first.
And I've used save states on certain games. I have not beaten Mega Panel. I've finished Mega Panel. I didn't beat it because I couldn't. It was too hard. I used save states. I might try and do it again in the future, but it was too much. It's a puzzle game and I'm not sure I have the skill for it. I also use save states on Chakan, and that's why we're going to replay it, because I want to be able to say I beat Chakan and actually did it all without cheating. And I did save state because, and I can do this justifying too, I save stated with Chakan because it's how the game works. It has this like time mechanic in it where the sound timer expires, and if you get to the end of the sound timer it resets all 4 levels in the hub over again. And I was on the very last one, I only had so much time left and I couldn't figure out what the hell I was going to do, and I knew that I was going to run out of time and it was going to have to reset, and it was just going to be a total nightmare. I was going to have to redo like all those levels again, and I decided to just drop a save state and go through that final level, and then I finished the game. But you know what, I regret it now because it's the one game that haunts me because I didn't do it. And then Dizzy is also another. I can definitely do Dizzy though. It was just there's pressure. Like I think maybe Ryudo might be meaning this too. Sometimes I feel like there's a certain pressure when you're streaming a game, like to show the ending, to get all the way to the end and then die on the final boss. It's like, oh well, see you later guys. Especially like, you know, if you're not trying to finish the console library and you don't really want to keep playing the game over and over again. So there's a certain element of like, oh, if I just drop a save state we can finish the game and see the end. And I felt like that when I did with Air of the Acrobat and Fantastic Dizzy. I was on the final boss and I knew I was going to die, so I only had like 2 lives left, and I thought, well, we'd had a really lovely stream, like everybody had been watching, we've been talking, it was like 2-3 hours stream, and I thought, well, I want to show the ending, like the end, and finish the game and wrap this all up. It felt really unsatisfying to just die and then be like, sorry guys, no ending for you. So I used the save state. I regret it now, and these days I don't care. I'm pretty known for denying people seeing the end and just see you tomorrow guys. Like Shadow the Beast. Just, we'll come back tomorrow. But yeah, I think that's another thing. Playing for level 100 times is pretty much expected, so sitting around that would basically mean you're not playing the same game. But which game is that? Or just any. I mean, there's arguments that using save states to practice is cheating as well, but it kind of is, but I don't care. That is just definitely to save time for me. I don't do it always, but I have done. It's like Lotus Turbo Challenge. I tried to practice the final checkpoint by using save states off stream because I was just losing my mind. But even then I couldn't do it. I use save states to practice shoot 'em ups, especially like final levels of shoot 'em ups. I need to practice how it is. What's really cool with save states is you can experiment a lot and discover things that you didn't know because you wouldn't take that risk in the real context of the game. So that's how you can sort of discover like interesting strats and things. I'm sure like you speedrun Ludo, right? I bet you find all sorts of stuff by doing that. Like you just have to keep practicing the same bits over and over. So there's lots of stuff. That I mean, one of the reasons I've not finished Thunder Force 5 yet is because I can't save state, and I lose at the end, and I just can't be asked to go through it again. Only become apparent after many replays. Oh yeah. But that's a part of it though, really, and I think some people that don't maybe play a lot of retro games all the time, I don't think you realise like how good you can get at a game quite quickly just when you have to keep replaying it over and again like that, because you start to get to a point where you just smash in the first few levels, like, and this is a thing. Like I said, when you use save states, you maybe judge games in a wrong way, and I think this is very crucial for some games. Like this is what, if you play Rocket Knight Adventures, you know, depending on how you approach it, but that game for me has a beautiful learning curve. Every time you play it, you get a little bit further. And that's great game design. That's why I think it's such a great game, and that's why I think it's probably popular with a lot of people. And I think Dynamite Headdy has the same sort of level design. It pushes you, and like when I played Rocket Knight, I think I got to level 4 the first time, and then I got game over. And then the next time I got to level 5 and got game over. And then I got to 6 and got, you know what I mean? And then by the time I was on level 8, the final level, I'd got to a point where I was now able to get to level 8 without losing a single continue. Whereas like I'd blown them all beforehand, and it's just like you just get good at the game. And it didn't take me that long. We can put the hours in, yeah. But then on the flip side, because of how I've played a lot of games that I have, you also discover which games are genuinely shit, because you can play them for 20 hours and they're still crap. You know what I mean? They're still awful. That's like for me with Tasmania. I don't think I'm not getting a learning curve with Tasmania. It's just shit, and it's going to always be shit. That minecart is bollocks. The game's like leaps of faith are rubbish. Its controls are irritating. It's ugly. You know what I mean? None of that is going to change. Whereas I think somebody that maybe use save states through Taz, they'll just kind of breeze through it. They'll probably have a more mid-ground opinion than I do, where they're just like, it was alright. It was just whatever, wasn't it? Whereas I think it's actually gross because I tried to play it properly. And I feel very passionately about that with Air of the Acrobat as well. I think Air of the Acrobat, when you're trying to actually beat that game, it's got horrible, obnoxious anti-player level design. Like, it takes great pleasure in killing you and trolling you and being utterly miserable. And I think if you just sort of like saved through that game, you wouldn't pick up on that as much, because you wouldn't hit the game overs and get so angry with it. I think it reveals a lot. James Pond 1 is also like that. So I can visit the Amiga forums where there was some people that said most games on Amiga are impossible to beat without save states. People say that about retro games too. I heard that, you know, when people say like, oh, I'm trying to do all the Mega Drive games and stuff, and they're like, oh, a lot of those, like, they weren't even designed to be beaten, and I'm like, I've not found many yet. I feel like Lotus Turbo Challenge is the first game where I genuinely think that was not tested. That final level of Lotus Turbo Challenge was not play tested, and if it was, they didn't expect many people to finish it. Because that was some real bullshit. That's also partly why I'm doing what I kind of am doing, though, because I think sometimes it might sound like, oh, I'm really like big-headed and I think I'm a god gamer. I don't think I'm like the best at video games. I'm definitely okay at them because I've beaten some difficult video games, but I'm not a speedrunner. I'm not one of these like perfect no-death run people. I don't do no-death runs. I can't do them. I don't have the patience. I don't do speed runs. I can't do them. I don't often play like super hard modes of games either. But what I like to do is to just show that yes, a normal person can finish this game, you know, on its own terms, and that's it. And a lot of these games are in fact beatable. They just want a little bit of time put into them. Play through stages 1 and think that wasn't so bad, but replaying 1 of Bubsy 50 times isn't the hell. No. Bubsy's not good. Bubsy has passwords though. Because that's also the thing, you know, with Echo the Dolphin. I don't think Echo the Dolphin's anywhere near as difficult as people make it out to be. It's just that I don't think people put in enough time with Echo to actually get really good at controlling him and stuff and getting used to it. He just sort of probably brute force through it with a combination of passwords and save states and just get to the end and think, oh, that was vicious. Your boy Bubsy was rubbish. You sat here thinking of a speed run in? No, I just keep talking too much. How are you, Critical? Oh, do you actually really like Bubsy though? Oh. I've played worse, but it's nothing to brag about. Not come across a single game that wasn't designed to be beaten. Some games are hard, but you know they're designed to be beaten. I mean, there's games that are broken and impossible to beat, but I don't know if they were actually intentionally made that way.
Play ball. Fly ball to first.
It's like a Shadow of the Beast. That's not impossible. Except for arcade games. But the thing is, even arcade games, they're designed to be beaten, because if you can't beat it, then people will lose interest. There's a real fine line between too difficult and just enough. You need to have a fine balance between getting great players off the machine so that you can make a profit, but the game still needs to be achievable. Otherwise, people won't want to play.
Out.
If a game is so utterly, truly difficult and utterly impossible, nobody's having fun and they will just not play it.
Strike.
Oh, repeat, yeah, loop, yeah, those games, they don't end.
Out.
You just enjoy Bubsy 1? Bubsy 2 is dreadful. Why do you like Bubsy 1?
Strike.
I like Bubsy 1 until the Wild West level, and then I think after the Wild West it just takes a big nosedive.
To short.
I mean, like is a strong word. Bubsy's okay. Bubsy is okay until the Wild West.
Strike.
But Bubsy 2 is just bad from start to the end.
Strike. Out. To first. You're out.
Last level Bubsy 1. No, I don't like that. I don't like the river levels. Do you know if you play Haunting the Poltergeist,
Fly ball.
I want you to promise me something.
Foul ball.
I mean, you might just be fluky or a god gamer and just finish it, but if you decide to save state Haunting Poltergeist, can you please in the back of your mind remember that when you die and load that save state, the game wanted you to replay the whole game again when you think of an evaluation of how you feel about that game.
To third.
Because I swear people only like it because they either only played half of it or they save stated through it. Because I don't get the love for that game. Because replaying it is boring.
Fly ball.
And the
to
finale is jank.
short. You're out. Fly ball.
There's
to
no
short.
continues. You're probably, well, I don't know. I could see you wanting. I could see any sane person wanting to save state Poltergeist, because it's just going through the same house again, doing the same stupid ghost animation scares, trying to scare everybody to run away so you can move on to the next house. You have to do it like 3 or 4 times before you get the final finale bit. It's boring, because you've seen them. It's all the same crap again.
Strike.
Dodgy games in the past. Commodore 64 Robocop was rushed. Oh yeah.
Time.
Yeah, there's certain examples like that for sure.
Strike. Out.
I mean, sometimes I think that's what a lot of my stuff comes from, because it's like skitching and stuff. People love skitching, and I had a horrible time with skitching the first time around. I enjoyed it more the second time, which I think when you saw me do it. I think some people were wondering, why is this in Salty September? It's because that game pissed me off trying to finish it, you know, on its own terms. It drove me nuts. Because I'm trying to win a race, and all of a sudden the car I'm holding on to drives through the car in front of it and knocks me over. Or some other weird jankiness happened, and I was just getting sick of it.
Out.
And that's the stuff that I think gets lost sometimes when people play games. And I do think games can be as fun as you like, but if they're not fun to finish, I think that's a big problem.
Strike.
Just because it's fun for 20 minutes, I still think the game doesn't excuse itself from being a car crash in its final few hours. There's quite a few Mega Drive games that I think personally just shit the bed at the end. I mean, Awesome Possum was a dreadful game anyway, but oh my god, the end of Awesome Possum was absolutely awful. Tasmania, bizarrely, got. I feel like Tasmania was actually better at the end. Those final temple levels were pretty chill compared to the rubbish before that. Or I was just numb.
Fly ball to short.
I need to redo Lawnmower Man as well, actually, because I played that on easy.
To third.
Because I do try to do the default difficulty rule. I'll turn difficulties up, but I don't like to turn them down.
Hey.
Sometimes you don't even get the full game if you do as well.
To second. You're out. Strike.
I mean, technically, I've never finished the original Earthbound, Mother 1, because I save stated at the end. I save stated through the final dungeon and kept reloading every time I got a random encounter. Because that final dungeon was baloney.
To second.
I wasn't doing it on stream though.
Strike. Strike.
Did that with Megami Tensei as well on the Super Nintendo. If I died, I'd sometimes just reload because it was well, I could use the rewind, the rewind, not the rewind, the rewind on the Mini. That's a terrible feature and a beautiful feature though, because knowing that you have the rewind makes you just play so recklessly because you can always just rewind it. Did you just fall over? Did you get hit? Probably.
Fly ball to third.
You can test the patience, yeah. I tell you, like, what got me back into not using save states was Castle of Vania, Ronda Blood.
To third. Foul ball.
Because I was going through all the Castlevania series for my own personal interest, and I save scum through them all, obviously. I save scum through Castlevania 1 and 2 and 3, and I thought 3 was ridiculous. To be honest though, I actually think I probably didn't like 3 as a result of doing that. I kind of did what I exactly just said I feel happens. I was that person. I was just being like, oh, this game is bullshit. and I save scum through it. And then I got all the way to Rondo of Blood, and the only way that I could play that one was via the Wii store, and Czechoslovakia. The Wii store didn't let you save, so I was like, oh no, I can't use save states. And at first I was playing Rondo of Blood and I was getting my ass kicked, and I was just like, oh fucking hell, this game, I'm never going to finish this, and I can't use a save state, this is bullshit. But then after a while I just kept like having a go at it, and I started to find myself really getting into it. And then as I started getting further through, I was like, maybe I can beat this, like this is actually kind of fun. And I just kept pushing myself to do it, and then I eventually finished the whole game, and I was just like, that was really satisfying actually. And it made me re-look at games, like, because I feel like at some point in my life I just stopped playing games like that, and I forgot how kind of it made me like, I think Rondo of Blood is a brilliant game, and I think I only reached that epiphany of this game is brilliant because I played it like that. I think if I'd have just saved stated through Rondo of Blood, I would have just been like, oh, it's too difficult and it's cheap. But I eventually learned how to do it all and ended up thinking it was wonderful. So I still want to go back and redo Castlevania 3 at some point. I did play Castlevania with my nephew one Christmas, and to be honest, I do think that game was a little bit mean. We were not using save states, we were being like brave. But yeah, it took us ages. Character growth. And then I started just playing random games. Like, do you know one of my best advice to anybody if you're playing a game and you want to get into that mentality, and you've obviously got the luxury of time and don't care too much, is like, get back into the mind frame. Because this isn't what I do, because I'm trying to beat games on Twitch and we're trying to constantly move forwards. But when you're playing games just by yourself, get into the mind frame of just, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to play, like, let's say like Hellfire tonight, which is a difficult shooter. Just sit down in the mind, or Dynamite Heady, and just think, I'm going to sit down, I'm going to play this game, and I don't have any expectation to finish it. I'm just going to play it and see how far I can get, and then you'd get game over and then just turn it off and go to bed, and then the next day just give it another go. And just, you'll gradually just, I think once you take the pressure off, it becomes more enjoyable. So I started doing that with some older games. Once I finished Rondo of Blood, I was like, hey, I'm going to play Jinoga again, and I just want to see how far I can get. I'm not like, I'm going to beat this game. I've already seen the ending, I know what happens and stuff, but I'm just going to see how far I can get. And it became kind of addictive. I mean, obviously that's how we used to play these games. I mean, I know there's pressures of real life, like people have got families and work and jobs and other games that they want to play as well, and it takes up time, but I don't know. In the whole conversation of like games respecting your time, I don't see why people don't want to put like 20 hours into like Rocket Knight Adventure, but will happily just like put like 80 hours into like Assassin's Creed or something, just running around picking up like flags or whatever, open world kind of stuff. It's just a different genre really, but it's the same sort of time sinking. I like both. I don't like this. I won't be doing this in my free time. Well, this is my free time, but... Well, that's a big problem, I think, Fishy-Ash. I think that's more of a modern view, though. This sort of, I've paid money, so I'm entitled to finish this game, and unfortunately, that's not how the word game goes. That's what makes it a game in many ways, rather than just being an interactive experience or something. That sometimes, I mean, games can be a bit more that way, with like just being more based around story elements and stuff like points and clicks or whatever. but generally games usually need to have some sort of a game aspect to them. And often with games is you lose, and that's the fun of playing, isn't it? You play and sometimes you win and sometimes you lose, kind of thing. Watching my play dopamine get ups the entire way versus drawing it in an experience of learning and grinding. Oh yeah, I mean games like Assassin's Creed, they're like bubble wrap popping games, aren't they? Sometimes, and they tickle you. It's like collectathons and stuff. They tickle people, you know, people that like crossing off lists, people that like writing lists and crossing them off. It's that kind of a dopamine, isn't it? Running around and unlocking, getting every single opening. I mean, when I've played Assassin's Creed, I'm running around the map and opening every single pissing chest on it, even though I know in the back of my mind it's not going to accomplish anything. But I'm just like cleaning off the icons on the map. I'll do it. I'll regret it, and then I'll do it again.
He bunts it.
But yeah, I think just sort of with modern games have created this expectation. That's why I think there was sort of a bit of a backlash with things like Dark Souls and whatever, because it's the first, it's one of the, well, not the first, but it's one of the very uncommon times where a game has turned around and said, no, you've got to actually like be competent at this game to progress. Whereas a lot of games, they're generally not that difficult, really. They just, it's about clocking time. Modern games don't usually inhibit you for long on their basic difficulties. They're sort of more designed to just be like beaten. And they'll often go out their way to hold your hand to ensure that you see everything. Sometimes I think it's also the idea of if you've written a really great story, you want everybody to see it all. So I think they, maybe from a design point of view, want you to finish. And there's a place for that too with certain genres. But retro games tend to not be that way inclined, and I think people that then go back to them can't understand the design philosophy of why is this game 55 minutes in a long play on YouTube, and why should it take me 20 hours to, well, or 12 hours to finish this 50-minute game? But it's like, because the gameplay comes from the learning and the improving. It's not about the actual length of content. It's about the skill and the difficulty of doing it. Into Bloodborne, and that is one we just think it's too difficult at the beginning, but relaxing into the game aspects has been great. You know, I didn't really click with Bloodborne. That game really kind of frustrated me. I love Dark Souls, I love Demon Souls, I like Dark Souls 2. Wasn't so keen on Dark Souls 3. I felt it felt more like Bloodborne than Dark Souls. I didn't hate Bloodborne at all, but for me it was my least favourite of the ones that I've played. Didn't like the, I thought the combat was too aggressive, and I preferred the slower, more defensive approach of the previous games. I didn't like the aggression, and I thought the world was a lot more closed than the older Dark Souls games. I liked the feeling of exploration and isolation in the older Dark Souls. And the Bloodborne, some of the bosses in Bloodborne, oh my god, the Orphan, the DLC boss drove me crazy. But, you know, I still played it all and I finished it, but I did find that one much more frustrating than the others. It was really starting to test my patience at some points. But I persevered and I did it. You haven't played them? I love the Dark Souls games, they're really good. But I didn't like 3 as much because it felt like it was trying to be like Bloodborne too much, because Bloodborne was so incredibly popular, but I think it lost a bit of something in the process. My favourites. A lot of people don't like Dark Souls 2, and I really liked it personally. I liked the world. I loved the sort of lore in Dark Souls 2, the atmosphere. I thought it was really good. Oh, you didn't find Orphan too bad? Wait, so I thought Orphan was the hardest boss in the game.
Out.
I did it last.
Oh.
I streamed Dark Souls 3.
He bunts it.
That also made it frustrating, because I was having entire streams where I wasn't beating anything.
He bunts it.
I should do the Souls series on stream sometime again, if I ever replay them. That might be fun, but oh no, it won't be, because you know the Souls crowd. They love to tell you how to play the game and what build you should do.
You're out.
I did, yeah. I streamed Dark Souls 3, and then someone told me to like do this, and then I regretted it later. Felt like my character wasn't very well designed. My other problem with Dark Souls 3 is I really like the Pyromancer class. I like magic users, but the Pyromancer in the original Dark Souls was my favourite. I loved it. I loved being like able to just throw fireballs and have a big fucking katana. It felt like just being a proper mixture of melee and magic. I loved it. Pyromancer was ridiculously overpowered though, I think. But I did Pyromancy, and then in Dark Souls 2 I still did Pyromancy and it was mostly fine, and then in Dark Souls 3 I just thought they ruined it. It just really didn't feel very good in comparison, and I just couldn't have my sort, because I like to do a dexterity Pyromancy character. And then in Bloodborne, I was all about the cane, the cane whip. That was such a cool weapon.
Strike. Out. Strike.
Thing that I've never really understood though with Dark Souls in modern context, like, oh hey Jason, thank you for the raid. How are you? What were you even playing today? Actually, I didn't even swing by. I saw your arm, but I didn't pop in. If you're just coming in from the raid, I'm going through all the Mega Drive games. This is one of them. We're trying to get through R.B.I. Baseball 94. We've got about 32 games left. Not many now, out of 80. You're playing Blade of Darkness, what's that? I don't think I even know it. There's a list I've just posted in the chat if you're curious what games we've already beaten.
Foul ball. Fly ball to the pitcher. You're out. He bunts it. You're out. He bunts it. You're out.
You're struggling with fighting the ogres. What is this game? I don't know it. What genre is it?
Strike.
We were just talking about like difficult games and stuff, and save states and difficulties and learning curves. I can't remember. I was about to say something. I can't remember what it was. Oh yeah, like just I find it weird that there's quite a lot of people that will say that they think like replaying the same like if you die on like a older game and you have to replay the whole level, they'll say to the boss, like they'll say that's bullshit. But don't object to like Dark Souls, and I don't personally see much of the difference because like every time you lose to the boss, you still got to like walk all the way back up to the boss again. It's the exact same thing.
Strike.
And yet somehow it seems to be more palatable in Dark Souls than it is in like something else. And then I hear a lot of people saying like, oh, these games, they're just memorization. I'm like, well, Dark Souls is memorization. It's like, no, it's not. And I'm like, it's totally memorization. You're memorizing where all the enemies are. They'll get you the first time and then you remember where they are. And then you get to the boss and you remember all of its attack patterns. It's memorization. It's very hard to have a game with any sort of difficulty that doesn't require any sort of memorization. Got to remember how to do the thing. Even if it's only microscopic memorization, like Dead Space, you walk into a room and everything bursts out. If you die, you then remember that it's going to happen. If you don't, it's because it's easy.
Strike.
I mean, I thought Dead Space was very easy anyway. The hack and slash.
Out.
Oh, did we win? Hard learner. What are we on now? 48? Oh my goodness. 32. I thought we'd done at least one more than that. How's the scores looking? 40. Whoops. Oh, I keep pressing it one too many. Oh, we're well away. Philadelphia, they're 6 down now. Too bad, so sad. Let's go, let's go. 32, yay. So, why the hell have you done the Orphan already, but you're still playing the game? I beat the main campaign and then I did the DLC and ended on Orphan and turned it off. Oh, do you know what did my head in with Bloodborne actually? Is the fact that every time you lost to a boss, you had to... you'd run out of health. I hated how they changed the Estus Flask system, because it made me never want to heal in case I wasted it, and then it would also save and you'd lose all your healing items. And there's a certain point where farming becomes a total pain in the arse. I thought it was a real bad design choice that they did. Estus Flask was so much better. Oh, you're on New Game Plus. So I used to get so angry with the Orphan fight because I'd be like, should I use this potion or not?
Strike.
Yeah, I forgot about that. That really turned me off.
Out.
I need to try Sekiro someday. My problem with Sekiro is that
The first.
I wanted to play it in English at first. I thought, oh god, I've done that again. And it was kind of expensive to get it. Maybe I should just play it in Japanese and deal with it.
Strike.
But I like to play Dark Souls in English because I think it really matches the atmosphere and mood of the game. It's got a bit of farming initially, yeah. Hey Mac, how are you? And Peacock Saw, how are you?
Strike.
But I don't know if I'll like Sekiro because I don't like I really don't like parrying in games. I'm really not very good at parrying, and Sekiro seems to be all about parrying, so I think I'm gonna have a bad time with that game.
Out.
He took a peek, looked a bit like Enclave. Blade of Darkness, back when it came out. You have the re-release not fired up and sure its age. Well, Jason's been playing it. Bear in mind I haven't properly played a game for years, but it's for a proper game.
Strike.
What kind of games do you usually play? Doing good, bitch, LM?
Fly ball to the pitcher.
Playing all this Mega Drive stuff though has sort of really expanded my kind of genre horizons, because there's a lot of games that I really wouldn't have played otherwise that I have found to be quite fun. Like I've been sort of getting into racing games, which is a genre I never really bothered with.
To second. Strike. The purse.
Bit much fit, but it jumped to my brain when you saw her play that.
Fly ball to left field.
Don't catch it, you
You're out.
asshole.
Strike.
What is this music? Oh, it's advanced but not low. Which means the game's too loud.
Fly ball to third. You're out. Strike.
You're trying to be funny.
Strike.
For shame.
Out.
Anybody likes Amiga, by the way, and people trying to be funny, you should check out Escordian. He's always trying to be funny and plays the Amiga.
Strike.
Would you look at that? Mac, thank you so much. This is very kind of you. Oh, you're number 1 with the 5 gift subs this month. Blessed be.
Strike.
Amiga and being trying to be funny. Also trying to play the Amiga. Does a very good job at one of them.
Out.
Thank you for that gift sub, Mac. Thank you, thank you. Oh yeah, you get the lady now. You get the hype lady. Enjoy her. Maybe I should add a sound effect to her. Whips need not apply.
Strike.
In fact, you were here for that, dude. Was that like one of the first things you saw? Because I remember you being here when I played that, actually. I feel like that must have been one of the first games that you saw me do. God, that fucking game. Give me strength. That kind of game is why I don't think The Lion King will break me, because Tough Man Contest was miserable as. Oh, it's one of those weird hype trains. You rarely succeeded in being funny, but you do play Amiga. Defender of the Crown twice. You know, I saw that you were playing Defender of the Crown, well, last night when I raided in. And then I was on Bluesky and somebody was like on about Defender of the Crown. Well, what's going on? Thank you for the sub, Peacock. I can't read, I was about to call you Prime. Thank you for the sub, Primasaur. Thank you, Matt, thank you so much for those bits. Thanks. Oh, we get the music. Or is it my playlist? Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. You know, if I was really good at editing that, I'd have had it said Moon and Friends, but I don't know how to edit a GIF. But that was the dream, the concept. Have you turned off the thing so high can't start from high activity? I need to do that and I keep forgetting. But you know what? This hype train seems to be going quite well, so I'm kind of glad it's still on. But most of the time it's just kind of weird, isn't it? I feel like most of the fake hype trains are usually just like one person subs and then it goes hype train and then it's just like woohoo. Especially because like because this one is actually kind of weird because we've already had one like about what, an hour ago maybe. So yeah, it's kind of I think I might turn that off. I don't really like it. I don't think yeah, choo choo on sub kind of thing. I mean, don't get me wrong, Every single sub I greatly appreciate, absolutely do. But it just kind of feels a bit weird when it's just like a self-driving train. So, 2 hours. Where does the time go, Sekirom? Where does it go?
Strike.
Crunching those bones. You're actively high, so you support this train. Well, get on board. Woo woo! Whistles go. Woo! More of shoddy monorail. It's just, it's just a couple of wheels rolling down a hill. No, this is a nice train at the minute. Do you want to keep editing? Maybe someday. I had to time that one though. I think I made it shorter so that the music was all. It's all timed up with the music, so it's not too long. And look, you've got that Wesker. Somebody else has that Wesker.
Fly ball to first.
But yeah, it's one of those things though. There's just stuff that I always mean to do and then I forget because most of the time I end stream when I go to bed. And every time, so like this happens now, right? And I'll be thinking, oh yeah, I should turn that off. And then what will happen is the stream will then continue. I will end stream, I'll forget about it, I'll go to bed. And then the next time I stream, I'm like, oh yeah, I should turn that off. And then I just don't.
Safe.
This is probably the most successful fake heart train I've had though. It's actually had 3 parts put into it.
He bunts it. You're out. To the second.
The word in English similar to the spell. I don't know that word myself. Hype Drazy.
He bunts it. Foul ball.
Papa.
Fly ball to third.
Railway enthusiasts will understand. Okay, railway enthusiasts, your time to shine is now.
Strike.
I like steam trains though.
Strike.
Hype train gone. Thank you for the subs and the bits. You do like trains? Well, that one's gone.
Strike.
You missed the train. We can have Hype Lady train though, if you want to just spam the Hype Lady.
Strike.
Oh, I did I actually change? I think I changed it, didn't I? You know, you can have your own emote when it says Hype Train. I think I changed it to that lady because I've still got this thing from ages. I need to like change my emotes at some point, but we've still got Dark Cloud guy. Oops! Don't derail the conversation. I see what you did there.
Fly ball to first.
I'm trying to think of a train pun and I can't.
You're out.
Woo woo!
To short.
Conduct yourselves, everybody. There we go. Keep on trucking. Stay on track. I'm trying, but my wheels just aren't turning.
Fly ball.
I think I can. I know I can.
You're out.
You need some
Fly ball,
training.
second. You're out.
I'm just stuck on the word locomotive and I can't make it work. I'll need some locomotivation. There we go. Is this stream chugging for anyone? Wait, what? Are you being real or is this a train pun? Damn it! You know the track record of how many times this baseball game has crashed OBS. So I'm like, wait, what?
Out.
Thinking of Kylie Minogue.
Strike.
I ruined that. I could have set up a joke then. I was going to say, Kylie, do you know any Kylies? If you think of any, let me know. Oh, it's just like that fucking fish joke. Except it's Kylie Minogue instead of Minnow.
Strike.
10 out of 10.
Strike.
Don't make me think the moves. No! No way to conduct yourself. It worked fine and buffered for a second when you were saying train pun. Is that buffer a pun? Oh my god.
Fly ball to left field. You're out. Fly ball to first.
A fly ball to first.
Safe. Fly ball to first.
It's not to first, it's to like the person in
Foul
the
ball.
stalls. Everybody's doing a brand
Fly
new
ball
dance
to left
now.
field.
Come on, baby. It still baffles me that Kylie Minogue just wasn't successful in America until like Padam. Other than having Can't Get You Out of My Head as like she's kind of seen as a one-hit wonder, I think, wasn't she, until Padam.
Fly ball to short.
But like in the UK, she's a fucking superstar. And Australia.
You're out.
You're out.
Fly ball
Like in
to
the UK,
short.
she's hit after hit after hit. No, she's not popular in America. She's had moments of success, but not like we know Kylie Minogue. Like, she's been... Like, I mean, she had a bit of a dip in the early 90s, I think, but she did like Spinning Around and has just been a hit machine ever since. Kylie Minogue.
To third.
Don't know personally. Well, I don't know personally. How are you, Demi? Oh, shit. Like, she was obviously had her hits in the 80s of, like, Lucky and Better the Devil You Know, and Especially For You.
Strike.
In the 90s, shot up in the UK, yeah. Well, she had a big hit with Can't Get You Out of My Head, which is like 2001, maybe? 2000, 2001-ish? 2002? 2001, I want to
He
say.
punts it.
She did Spinning Around, which was like a big revival comeback in the UK, and then she just had big hits after that. But I think in America it was mostly just Can't Get You Out of My Head. And then she's done Padam, which blew up on TikTok and has made her like a star again. Except like for British people and Australians, it's like she's never not been.
Out.
Like most of, like when I was young, like in the 2000s, like Kylie Minogue was just a constant stream of hits coming out in the 2000s. And like when I was going clubbing and stuff, like a lot of her music was being played. I was listening to it all, like come into this world and what is it called? How does it feel in my arms?
Out.
For the lovers. Wow. All that music was like all my clubbing days.
He bumps it. Foul ball. Out.
I really like her song from the 80s called Turn It Into Love. I love that song.
Strike.
And there's a really nice cover of it by a Japanese group as well that I like. Those Spicy Girls, they had a huge hits, but their real success was in Europe. I think Spice Girls were pretty much a global phenomenon. I think they were big in America for the same period. I could be wrong here, but I think they took the world by storm. A lot of British music did at that point in time, like Oasis and Blur. Probably more Oasis, but yeah. I mean, they was probably more famous in Europe, but I think the Spice Girls were pretty damn big everywhere. I think they were pretty big though. I mean, they're even in Japan they were known.
Strike.
So.
Out.
I mean, the thing is with the Spice Girls too that I think a lot of people forget is the Spice Girls was an intense popularity. Like their actual, they were only, well, I think it was about 3 years at the most, 3 years before they like Jerry left and their popularity declined. It was an intense, huge global popularity in a very short period of time. Because they brought out 2 albums in about 2 years, and pretty much almost every song was like #1 in the UK, and then Jerry left, and then they fizzled away. But during that time, they had like a video game, a movie, and 2 albums, and were just like a cultural phenomenon. Oh, it's very short. It's like Spice Girls are like 96 to 98, pretty much. That's it, done. They had 3 Christmas #1s. The first one was 2 Become One in 96. 97 was what was the Christmas #1 in 97? It was Too Much. And then 98 they had a Christmas #1 with Goodbye, which was the song after Jerry had gone.
Strike.
I mean, they tried to do a couple of bits after that, but they never had any success, really. They did Holler. Jerry had a bigger solo career at that point. Never heard of Padam until now. You just looked it up because you were talking about it. You only know it from what Terry said, the Nick Cave song. Wait, what's the Nick Cave song? Who was the Nick Cave? Oh, The Wild, The Rose. Yeah, that's the one song that I was thinking of in the 90s, to be honest. But a lot of her other stuff around then just wasn't really having much success. You must know Can't Get You Out of My Head though.
He bumps it.
Apathy, I presume. If you look up Can't Get You Out of My Head by Kylie Minogue, that was a huge hit. I feel like most Americans I've spoken to always say that's the one that they know. I mean, it depends on your age as well though and what you're doing in life, because I feel like it's quite, like in the case of Badam, I think it's quite easy to miss modern music if you're not interested.
He bumps it.
Can't remember it now, honestly. When did Wannabe come out? I'm pretty sure it was 96. June 96 was Wannabe. And then Viva Forever, when was that? Viva Forever was July 98, 2 years, because that's when Jerry left. 2 years.
To third.
You do know you hate it. Oh, it's a good song, but I've heard it too much. Great song when it first came out.
He bumps it. You're out. Hey.
I had Spice Girls Spice. That was my first album. I got my mum to get it me on cassette.
He bumps it. You're out.
Used to know all the words. Probably still do know a lot of them. I have weird associations with Spice Girls Spice and playing Super Mario World 2 on Mario All Stars. Because I was listening to that album all the time while I was playing it. Like with someone's concert. Yeah, it got overplayed to death. It can't get out of my head. It just was a huge overplayed hit. But when it first came out, I thought it was an absolutely banging song. But if I was like Kylie Minogue stuff, I love Wow. Wow is a great song. And In My Arms is a great song. Or In Your Arms, I can't remember what it's called. That's a beautiful song. Get Out of My Way is another great song. Your Disco Needs You is a great song. That's a good 90s one, actually. But there was a few Australians that moved to because she moved to the UK and found her big success there. And there's also the lead singer from Savage Garden. He moved to the UK. Darren Hayes. And supposedly he says that it was on Kylie Minogue's advice that he did that. Apparently when they split from Savage Garden, he did, because he's had a lot of problems with, because obviously he came out as gay, but at the time he was sort of being oppressed by record labels and stuff to not come out and be honest about it, and having to like have like women in his music videos and stuff like that. And the first album that he did, Spin, which has the song Insatiable on it, it kind of didn't really do very well, but also I don't think it wasn't a super honest and sincere album. After that album, he then I think he produced his own album after that, and it's a much better album. But that album in particular, I don't think he was having a lot of luck with, but I think he'd found like it did okay in the UK, and supposedly it's Kylie Minogue that's told him to go where the light is, and so he moved to the UK to focus on it and then had a career there. And that's obviously what she'd done and had a good success with, but it was her advice to go where your success is. And, like, you know, just stop trying to bother with America and go to the place where you can actually have success. Because obviously he was huge when Savage Garden was a thing, but his solo career less so. But I liked his solo career. He's a very important musical person for me. Got me through a lot of bad parts in my life musically. Helped me. To be honest, I still, for me, he's probably one of my sort of role model, inspirational people, especially as a gay man. He kind of helped me coming through my own like sexuality and dealing with all of that, because he's very relatable sort of experiences. And musically, some of his stuff was kind of, there's subtleties in it that you could sort of pick up on. One of the most beautiful songs that he did, I think, well, it's not a very uplifting song, but he did a song called Unlovable, which I always found like really spoke to me in my like very early 20s, late teens. That song was had a bit of an impact on me lyrically and stuff, because it's about, you know, just feeling unloved. But the album that it's on, called The Tension and the Spark, is such a wonderful album. It's so different, because if you ever listen to Spin, which is his first solo album, it's got some highlights on it, but it still feels like a kind of mixture of Savage Garden and something solo-y, but it feels like sort of being told what to do rather than doing what he wants to do in a way. Whereas the Tension and the Spark, I think he sort of made his own record label for that one. His last album was pretty good. He wasn't much of a fan of his prior albums, including Savage Garden, though you like some songs here and there. So I can't remember if I've listened to all of that one, but I've listened to some of it. That's the one with what is it called? Is it Poison Blood? Can't remember that song now. The one that's about depression, that was a good song. And then I liked the one that he did about he did to do with the shooting in America, the club, the gay club in America that a couple of years ago. He did that song about it, which is a nice song. I can't remember what it was called now. The song. But yeah, it's a very poignant song. Because his last album, Pulse, that was it, Pulse Nightclub. So he did a song singing about the different people that lost their life there, just singing a line about each one of them. And I can't remember what the chorus was now, but it was just, just about wanting to dance and have a good time. He said that he wanted the song to be a celebration of those people rather than a dirge of the tragedy. But yeah, his last album that he did is actually just called, it's Darren Hayes, and the album's just called Homosexual. It's so great. And he said that he reached a time in his life where the title felt so perfect, and it's about wanting to own it after for so long feeling ashamed of the word. He wanted to just call his album that because it's just being honest. This is it, and he even did a video for that album where it's like one of the first videos he's ever done where that it's a love song and the person in the video is another man instead of it being a woman, where he's always forced to have it be a woman in the past to look normalized.
Strike. Fly ball to left field.
I think he did. What is it? What's the is it Poison Blood? Yeah, Poison Blood is a good song from that album. All the Pretty Things, that's the one. All You Pretty Things. It's a lovely song.
Strike. Strike.
I remember I sent that to one of my friends here, one of my best friends here, who's American, because he knew somebody that was at that nightclub and did lose their life. So he was very upset, understandably, about that. So when that song came out, I did send that to him, and he said it was nice because it had a line about that person. Hey Brenticus, how are you?
Strike.
Yeah, Poison Blood's a good song. It's all about like depression, like living with depression all your life, and how it just sort of can be poisonous.
Strike.
But personally, I think I'd prefer some of his older stuff. But I mean, if you like that, you should definitely check out some of his older stuff. Like The Tension and the Spark is a brilliant album. I love stuff like what is on it? The song's called The Tension and the Spark is a great song. I like his other song, The Delicate Thing We Made. I like the songs on that, like oh god, I can't remember the names of the songs now. All I can think of how it goes in my head. Casey's a nice song.
Out. purse. Foul ball.
But he's quite a bit older than me, and when he was releasing this last album, I remember reading some interviews about it. He was just talking. There's a really, really wonderful. If you're actually just interested in kind of like LGBT stuff or whatever, but there's a really wonderful interview he did, and I think it was sort of titled about something about the men in the suits tried to like extinguish me, I think is the name of the article or something like that. It's obviously a soundbite from what he said, but he's talking about how the men in suits, like the record labels, they tried to basically just suffocate his existence and not let him be what he wanted to be or was. He's also an interesting person because he's definitely from a different time, and he didn't like come out at like age 17 or whatever. He had like, I can't remember if he had a wife. He definitely had a long-term relationship with a woman before he came out, because when he was in Savage Garden he was trying to fit the normal like kind of stuff, I think. And he's talked quite openly about that time period. But what I found interesting with him in this interview was how he's talking about, and I can relate to this to a little degree, how much society's changed now, and sometimes it's kind of hard when you're a little bit older to not have like jealousy and resentment. And it's not an ugly, it's not like an attractive thing to admit to, but I think it's a very honest thing to admit to, and I really kind of admired him for being so open about that, because he's basically saying, because he's like, I think he's in his like 50s now, and obviously he's trying to do this new album, and he's feeling like for the first time he can finally do this, and it's almost like he's kind of got this sense of mourning and grief for the fact that he couldn't do that when he was younger. And there's almost this sort of jealousy that he has about like younger stars now who are able to do, I can't even think of who that guy is, who did what a while ago, but like people that can just they can be like 20 years old and just be who they are. And as a society we're a lot more okay with that now. You can be a mainstream gay pop singer and that's totally okay. And it's sort of this having to deal with your own issues of jealousy around that because you couldn't, and now you're older and it's kind of tough. And sometimes I've had those feelings, like, you know, just like going into my 30s with the like, you know, RuPaul's Drag Race and how sort of more mainstream like gay culture has been. Sometimes there's a certain level of like, wish it was like that in my 20s or whatever, or like I mean, good God, I wish it was like that when I was a teenager. Like there was absolutely zero role models in the media for you. You were just on your own and terrified that it didn't want to be, you know. And sometimes I think that there's a lot of kind of ugliness that people don't want to admit to there. You know, but I mean, is it really ugly though? Or is it just an honest feeling, a natural feeling to have? I mean, there's nothing you can do about it, but yeah, I think it's sometimes just admitting that you might have a little bit of jealousy that the world is in a better place than you were able to experience, perhaps in some ways like that. I think that's sometimes why even going back even further, you'll have like maybe Stonewall 70s 80s generation of people that definitely I felt hearing about. There's a lot of this you should respect what we did for you kind of thing, and like life's so much better because of us, and it sort of created this situation. Like I've talked about this before, people that have listened to me have heard this exact conversation before, but I do feel like people my age in particular sort of just we felt like we just had to kind of be quiet and just be grateful that we weren't getting attacked constantly anymore. But it didn't mean that things were better. There was just a lot of sort of silence and it like being ignored, and I think we were just sort of neglected by society in the 90s and the 2000s. It wasn't necessarily always hostile, but there was just this whole like, well, you can be gay, but can you go and do it over there very quietly and never talk about it, please, kind of thing. And you just sort of had to, there was this attitude of like, well, you should just be grateful kind of thing. But it's like, why should you be you should be grateful that when it's still kind of shit. Yeah, it wasn't good, it was just better. And I feel like now we're truly in a place where it's quite good, I would say. And I feel like there's this whole... I think there's a lot of people in their late 30s and 40s that just feel very lost because they kind of just got ignored in their adolescence by society. And it's kind of gone by now. And now suddenly everything's so kind of like on social media and mainstream. It's almost a bit hard to unpack. It is, yeah. I think apathy, I think that's sort of how it is, what you said there. It's chance for folks who can embrace it. It is, yeah, no, I mean, you don't wish, it's not like you're wishing that people can be as miserable as you were, but it's just this sort of sadness that you didn't get to have it yourself in the same way. But like, you know, that's just the nature of time, isn't it? Oh god, yeah. The 90s, like, people think, like, oh, I swear people think that we walked into the 90s and once the AIDS crisis ended, everybody was okay. No. There was zero role models. I remember being like, you know, like 10 in like, in 98, seeing George Michael all over the papers and being arrested. It terrified me. You know, it was because that was the image that we had. Like, you will be arrested. This is illegal. This is bad. This is not okay. So, you know, when I was like feeling like, oh, actually, I have feelings for men when I'm like 11, I'm like, oh my god, they're gonna like arrest me. I'm gonna be like kicked out. Nobody likes this, you know, because that was all your representation was. And then, you know, you get to like the age of like 15 or 14 or something, and you find the TV show Queer as Folk. And what's Queer as Folk? A load of people doing drugs and dying. It's not a positive show at all. Queer as Folk is like, it did a lot of good in kicking the door down sort of and pushing boundaries, but it was absolutely toxic and unhealthy for any young gay men to watch that show. It was a very unhealthy show. I watched it and it just portrays a lifestyle of just like self-destruction. It's not a healthy show. I haven't seen all of the American show, which is a little bit different, but the British show is very self-destructive, which is the one that came first. And it's also kind of a bit dodgy to watch it these days, to be honest. I understand why someone might feel like that going through what it has. It's good to be honest about it. No, I think it is, and I think it's about just acknowledging those feelings and calling them for what they are. But I think it's also just healthy for other people to have an understanding of that. That might be where you're coming from as a person.
Out.
Kids crucified, a lot of them assuming to get... Exactly.
Strike.
That's what it'd be like. I mean, literally, like, just remember this. Like, do you not remember even in, like, 2006, the whole, like, can people just stop saying that's so gay? Do you remember that actually being a thing? That was only 20 years ago or so. Like, I remember having to tell, like, friends that I'm very close to and very dear to. My friend that's literally picking me up from the airport this last Christmas, love her to bits. I remember having to tell her in 2005, can you stop saying that's so gay? And she couldn't understand why it was a big deal. And I'm not saying that she's bad for doing this. That was just normal. People didn't get why it was upsetting and bad because they were like, well, I don't mean like it's gay, I just mean, but it's like, no, you mean it's shit. That's what you mean, and you're using my identity as a human being to express your displeasure for something. So it was just like, you know, I'm good, how are you? Now people say that's so, oh my god, I don't know about that. But yeah, it's just like, that wasn't that long ago. It really wasn't. Like, Hilary Duff is in the advert. It was used, it was just, I mean, people didn't mean, like, they didn't mean to attack you, but it's about the It's about the linguistics and where it's coming from, so... My retro canal? I'm playing Neo Geo? I am not. You work with people that still say that shit? Yeah. No, you still hear it sometimes, especially older people. I mean, it's also like fucking... Oh my god. Like, literally the last decade we've had no homo. Like, it's not always that different. You have a similar game on the Neo Geo. But yeah, time don't always move as fast as you think it is. Where's my heating control? I've lost it, I'm freezing. I mean, do you remember Brokeback Mountain being a fucking big deal? Like, why was that? Why was that a big deal?
Strike.
And the fact that like that sort of thing is like winning Oscars, you know, because it's so brave, so brave, and to be a straight man and playing a gay man, like fucking class acting that is. Here's an Oscar for you. It must have been so difficult. Is it 80 fun games? Play Sailor Moon. Love some Sailor Moon. You have Sailor Moon pajamas.
Fly ball. Foul ball.
I see.
To third.
Who is Ronald?
He bunts it. Foul ball. He bunts it. He bunts it.
I'm not looking at that. I'm looking at the game.
Strike. He bunts it. You're out. Strike. Strike. Out. Strike.
I prefer sports games, not really. Just trying to finish them.
Strike. Out. Strike. Strike.
3, 2, 1.
Out.
Out.
He bunts it. Foul ball. Strike.
Yeehaw.
He bunts it.
He bunts him.
You're out.
No, I was feeling it. Just like not, I don't know. It was a lot.
He bunts it.
It's a lot of.
You're out.
It was a lot. It's also just total, like, we're in a flow of a big conversation and clearly I'm totally oblivious.
Strike.
I'm just playing baseball. I'll let Techie Rob deal with that.
Strike. Strike.
But yeah, where were we? After that random interlude.
Out. Strike.
It's just kind of weird because I've said with my friends too, like going back to the whole like people in their 30s and 40s things, I don't think it's conversations that we have enough, and I've talked to some of my older friends, like similar age friends here, who are gay too, and it's kind of like everybody sort of has this same feeling, but nobody really talks about it.
He bunts it. Foul ball.
I mean, actually, I can tell you an example. What did I see today? This morning, I opened my Facebook and I saw something on the news in the UK, and it was like a news article saying that London's opened its first ever LGBT history museum or something. And I know I shouldn't, but I looked at the comments, and can you guess what you find in that comments? Bunch of straight people getting pissed off about it.
To third.
Why does it bother you?
Foul ball.
And you get a lot of, and you also get comments that are just like, do they use the back entrance then? Hee 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 hee. Where's the entrance? Is it at the front or the rear? And it's just like, here we are in 2026. Because also that's presuming, like, it's also like a particular joke about, it's just about men. Because, you know, women are gay too, you know. And also LGBT stands for more than just gay men and women. It stands for a lot of things. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. And here we are in 2026 where things are better. I don't look. I actually, like, I didn't look because I was I was just curious to see if there was any shit posts in there, and there was. Women can be, yeah, they can. Did you know that there are lesbians in the world, Apathy? It's not just gay men, you know. There are actually lesbians that do exist. I know at least 2 of them. One of them's technically bi, but she's like half lesbian, I guess. But no, these people exist. It's not just gay men.
Out. Strike.
No, most of my 2 best friends growing up were women and gay. Like I said, one's bi and one's gay. We were a great trio. We used to sit, when I was still in the closet, we used to sit watching Angelina Jolie movies, and I was faking liking Angelina Jolie while they were genuinely liking Angelina Jolie. But we all enjoyed the same films. I watched so much like so many lesbian movies when I was like 16, 17 because of my best friend. I watched what was it? All Over Me. I watched all of the L Word. Loved the L Word though, it was a great show. I watched But I'm a Cheerleader. Just good stuff. LGBT calories burning at 100,000 rate, trying to figure out what the L could be. Don't know. It might be legume? I don't know. Legume? So he posts about transfer and keep having fun with the transfer saying that's a man. Oh lord. I don't know. These days if you see a laughing face you just say no. Yeah. Legumes, fuck yeah, I love the beans. Legumes, gays, and anybody else.
Fly ball to first. Foul ball.
Legumes, guacamole, beans, and tomato.
He bunts it. You're out.
Ba 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 da 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 da.
Fly ball to short.
Are you enjoying my retro canal anyway? Somebody was.
You're out. Strike. Strike. Out.
Sometimes you forget though, you know, with Twitch, it's like the door's always open and anything can walk in. So it's like you're in the middle of a conversation because sometimes you know you've just got people here, and I'm sure there's some people just like quietly listening, quietly like just nodding their head, or I don't know. Maybe some people are just sitting here just disagreeing with me, but they're too busy working right now to say so. But I'm sure that they'll let me know at some point. But then you just get people that just float on in, don't they?
Strike.
But I think you get into a sort of zen zone where you feel like the only people sort of here right now are the like, you know, several people actually chatting in the chat.
Strike.
Is this Neo Geo?
Out.
Oh, they're just trying to be disruptive, that's all, I think. They're just trying to just take all the attention and make everybody go quiet, and it kind of worked, to be honest. Presumably, I think they were just going to slowly try and wind up and eventually get somewhere silly.
Strike.
And they were just typing so much, it was just like taking over everything.
Out.
It's getting hard to ignore. Mrs. Troll? Possibly. If they weren't a troll, they were just annoying, so...
You're out.
I don't know. It's just a bit odd, I think. Even if you're not a troll, like we're in the middle of a deep conversation, being like talking about like, you know, maybe LGBT and feelings and being very honest, and then it's suddenly like, hello there, what games do you like? It's like, you know... Yeah, it's probably intentional. I trust your judgment. I'm too busy hosting a gaming at the moment, but I would have been clicking on them after the stream anyway to have a nosy. Now I'm curious though. Yeah, born to live, born to game, too weird to live, too rare to die. Yeah, right, whatever.
Strike.
Could be a misunderstanding, but there's lots of other channels to be misunderstood in.
Strike.
Oh, you do? Well, you may try their case if you like.
Strike.
It's just, it's not even, sometimes it's not even just about trolling. Sometimes people can just, this is other people, it can just be exhausting. You know, when someone's just literally demanding all of your attention, me kind of thing. It's that kind of a thing. When you're just trying to stream, there's a lot of people, we're all having a discussion, and then there's one person that just is literally like, talk to me right now, and I'm going to ask you all these direct questions, and here you are. And let me ask you another, and I'm just going to keep talking and not let anybody else talk and take all of your focus and energy.
Strike.
Ah, well, there we go then. Is a retirement home of Twitch? Unfortunately, the weirdos are few and far between. I do think, yeah, I think so. Well, it usually tends to not have the bored 16-year-olds who just want to tit about, but you do get them now and then. And sometimes having a tag on can be a flagship.
Strike.
Regular trying to jump into Discord, sort himself out. Yeah.
Out.
Sometimes you just realise with certain people, yeah, 27 messages in the space of 5 minutes. It was getting to the point where it was just flooding the whole thing and I couldn't be bothered with it.
Strike. The first. You're out.
I don't know. I just think it's slightly odd to go into a channel that you've not been in the first time and just like punch in about 30 messages all one after the other, all random stuff. Emotes and hello and what's this? What's this on? Do you like this? Like
Fly ball to second.
I played something on the Neo Geo and let's ask Ronald. Who's Ronald? Ronald McDonald. Oh, he's on your screen right now. Oh, okay, is he? Oh. Anyway, let's move on, because giving more attention is just kind of the point, isn't it?
To second.
I find mostly retro Twitch is rather easygoing. Obviously, you know, I think the weirdest thing I've ever had really is on my about page. If you want to scroll down and have a look at what people say about me, I should update that with some new quotes. Actually, I haven't done it in about 2 or 3 years, but there's my first-time chatter who likes to shove their Wii remote up their arse while they listen to me. Very enthusiastic Castle of Illusion watcher that was. Weirdos. Oh god, no, and Legion's here. Let's all just everybody go quiet and just pretend nothing's happening. How are you and Legion? We've only 30 more games. You've been enjoying the chilly, chatty R.B.I. vibes. Well, don't worry, because there are plenty more baseball games, Mac.
Fly ball to left field.
Yeah, have you just read the comment, Apathy? It's the daddy at the end that made it even better, but also made me feel really old. I'm not anybody's daddy. Extremely soothing. I find them soothing. I am ready to play something a bit more stimulating though. But I've always said that the sports games, like, we laugh about them and oh god, sports games, but often they provide for good like conversation streams. Depends on what the game's like though, but they don't always demand like total focus, and also we're not like invested in the story. You kind of run out of stuff to say about the game itself, so that just lends itself to just talking about conversation. It's just mostly good a few times here and there, but on the channel because people are doing the slop conversation of getting mad after things called woke. I don't really care for the whole woke conversation though myself. I don't really talk about it, but yeah, I don't really have a problem. I don't use the word woke. I don't look at things and think, oh, that's woke. I think it's a very, I don't know. Sometimes it's getting annoyed about nothing, I think, personally, but there we go. It's chilled and relaxing. Oh yeah, I like listening, that's why I have the music going. Baseball game that came out the same year you was born. It's gotta be good. You're doxing yourself, I'm not. R.B.I. on Legion.
Out.
Blooming youngsters. I mean, there are quite a lot of young people in retro that you just don't realise as well. But on the whole, it is a similar age bracket. I think there's... I mean, I don't know. There might be young people watching this exact stream right now, but I'm not sure how many young people would be interested in watching retro baseball. But then again, people are just interested in what they're interested in, you know? Oh. 30 games? Because, like, I found myself interested in films that were made before I was born or when I was very young, you know, and I'd rather watch a bad film that was made in '89 than a bad film that was watched in 2026, do you know what I mean? Because I can get something out of the vibe and the aesthetic of it, so, you know, there's that. I'm trying to say you're not young? No comment. I like to think of my streams as kind of different things. Oh, thank you for the 30 game milestone, 100 bits.
Third.
Thank you, nice boys. But yeah, like, you know, what we'll do on the weekend is we've got jailbreaker kind of games, you know, where it's a bit more about the gameplay and the story, but in between the lulls of the story we can chew the fat or whatever. But then also there's like stuff like this where I kind of just feel like it's just a space to sort of ignore that noisy bike that's driving past my window, but just sort of chill out and chat about stuff, which is kind of half the fun of Twitch too. This is almost like the equivalent to me just sitting in the pub after work, you know, except it doesn't cost me money and I'm not drinking. And then I get to go to bed immediately afterwards, but I'm just sort of chilling. I've been at work all day and I'm just hanging out and chatting to folks that usually show up quite regularly. So you sort of get to know people to a degree, at least in this sort of like shared interest sense, which I quite like. And it is, in some ways, it's kind of like the pub, you know, when you're just having light conversation. Like, nobody goes to the pub and sits down and, like, tells their whole fucking life story and bangs on about the shit day they've had at work, unless it's to, like, their closest friends. But you don't, like, meet, you know, so-and-so at the bar. You just have a chat, don't you? Well, I guess. I never did the pub that much, to be honest. My analogy still stands. And I realise a lot of people here are just actually at work right now. And you're all just skiving and not actually doing your job. Or are doing your job and just listening. But that's fine. I'm happy to provide. I consider myself kind of like radio anyway. Your boss could be in here as well. All your bosses are here too, so don't worry about it. They're just lurking. Rudo's boss is here. Oblivious.
Short.
I mean, that's sort of been the whole thing, you know. There's sometimes the elephant in the room. Your boss is cool enough to be here. Sometimes the elephant in the room is like, well, why do you not do VTube? Or why do you not have a camera? Like, why don't you do one or the other? Why do you do no mic and insist on that and stuff? And one is obviously just because it's what I'm comfortable with. That's the main reason. And also tech setup reasons. I don't have a... I think it would upset my laptop even more. Base was an amazing sport. It's pretty good. But, and I don't think I could handle a rig of having a thing in the corner either. But at the same time, I've always thought, well, do I really need something? Is it that crucial? I think it is to get the initial like glance, maybe for the thumbnail. But like, I think once you're in and you're just hanging out and chatting, I think you just soon forget. I mean, how many people are constantly looking at the screen anyway? You're mostly listening. Baseball is a sport. I don't mind the baseball retro games, I don't want to play them for as long as they perhaps want me to play them, but mechanically I think they're quite fun. But yeah, just sort of, I kind of compare it to like how we used to, you know, listen to the radio. You know, you just put the radio on and while you're driving or whatever, and you don't need to know what the person speaking on the radio like looks like, or if they're smiling or whatever. You can still enjoy and connect, I think. And you sort of had your own imagination. I mean, part of the reason my childhood photos stuck in the corner was sort of just as a placeholder joke, and then I just stuck with it. You love old radio shows? I used to listen to the radio when I was like 13, 14, late at night. I used to listen to some like late night with Dr. Love or whatever it was, and he'd play music and then take people's calls and give them like love advice, and he had such a soothing voice, kind of like Matt kind of voice. Used to listen to him. No idea what Dr. Love looked like. I think, no, what was his name? It wasn't Dr. Love. It was like Dr. It was Late Night Love with Dr. Somebody.
Fly ball to left field.
Used to go to sleep, listen to radio dramas. I used to listen to like audiobooks and things like on cassette when I was a kid. For sure.
Strike.
How many people listen to the radio anymore, I wonder? Like, my dad always listened to the radio, but it would be in the car. But I wonder how many people really listen to it, and how is it transcending generations, or is it just older people that listen to it now?
Strike.
I feel like perhaps in the UK, is it like Radio 1 is still fairly popular? You want to listen to some jazz? But what's this? I wonder how many people just like put Spotify on instead. Oh, piss. So it's a Radio Influence online radio station. Oh, they used to do. Do you remember they used to do random radio stations? Like they would play like, I think Dewan told me about one once in like 10 years ago or something. It used to be like video game music and stuff.
Strike.
In years, really, since streaming became more prevalent. Yeah, I mean, I honestly do think streaming is sort of like a radio in some ways, the way that people consume streaming. Yeah, you do watch it, and sometimes you sit down and you really do watch it, but a lot of the time I think people just want company. I often open Twitch and just put it on my weekends, for example, when I'm not streaming. I'll just open a stream, like Techie Rob's stream on like a Saturday night, and I might not be actively chatting, and maybe I'm not even hanging on every single word, but just the company, like the voice, the presence of a person is very nice. While I'm like making my dinner or something. Maybe I don't want to focus on a TV show. It's nice to just have something sort of there to float in and out of, but isn't too demanding. That's why I tend to prefer more like low-key, kind of chilled streams. Obviously, you know, people get angry at games. There's a time and a place, but I'm not as into like super hype, noisy times. You don't own a TV. I'm a console gamer though, so I'll always have a TV.
He bunts it. Safe. He bunts it. You're out. He bunts it.
a lot of the reason I got into this in the first place is because I used to watch a streamer that I really liked, and I really liked the sort of people in the community of that person's channel. She wasn't a huge streamer. I didn't really know the metrics when I watched because I didn't really understand Twitch at that time. I found it from a YouTube Let's Play. I wanted to watch somebody playing Phantasy Star 4 while I was playing it in Japanese. I wanted to watch somebody else, and I found her VODs, and then, you know how people say that people never watch VODs? Well, sometimes people do watch VODs. I watched her VODs on YouTube and then realised, oh, this is a live stream, so I could actually watch this live, and I was like, oh, I wonder what she's playing right now, because I really enjoyed the live stream. Because she was just a really great host, like, very anecdotal, is that the word? Anecdotal. Often telling like interesting stories while she's like playing the game whenever the game's not demanding attention. And it was that kind of thing, like nice to listen to, just talking about like memories and experiences and stuff. So you just sort of get this kind of like feeling of getting to know somebody in a way, but not in a kind of creepy way, you know. And so then I was like, oh, I want to hang out there. So I used to watch her a lot streaming. She did a lot of RPGs, which I really liked. Used to be my like comfy like weekend in the morning, because it's American time zone, so it used to be when I wake up in the morning in Japan, so I would like wake up and chill out and watch. And that would be my Saturday morning routine. I would watch her streams, like making breakfast and just chilling out and watching. I play a game myself, just listening to it, relaxing, and then she just stopped eventually, and I just really sort of missed that space. And then it got to a point where it was like, well, why don't I just make my own space? Because I missed having a place to have that sort of like that outlet for having these conversations, because I just want to talk about video games, and I don't have necessarily that many people to do it with, because quite a lot of my friends don't necessarily like video games, and one of my best friends that does like video games, he's not as interested into retro games as I am. He's more into, I mean, RPGs, classic games and modern games, but I'm definitely much more into games than he is, so there's only so far you can go with certain conversations. And so it's just nice to have this space where we can just discuss my hobby, which I really like. And I've also said that when I was a kid, I always used to like I meant to write this in my about page, but I never did. When I was a kid, I always used to, like, if I got a new game or whatever, I always wanted my brother to look, and I always used to, like, sort of, like, leave the door open almost to hope that he would, like, come in out of curiosity and see what I was playing. Because I always love to share what I was playing. I've always been like that. My best friends here that know me, like, that are moderately into games, way before I was on Discord and Twitch, like, I always used to take fucking photos of, like, my TV, and I'd be like, look at this, it's so cool, kind of thing. So, it sort of goes hand in hand with streaming, because I get to, like, it's like that game that we're playing now, the strategy sort of horror story one. I'm so happy to be able to share that with, even if it's just like 2 or 3 people. It just makes I'm enjoying sharing the experience together. It's like watching a movie with someone, you know. I always think movies are a lot more fun when you watch them with a friend, especially if like both of you have never seen the movie before. So, and I kind of feel like that about games. And I really got into that when my best friend, one of my best friends, she's American. She was living in Japan, but she didn't like playing games. But she really loved the stories and watching them. So she used to regularly come over to mine on like a Friday or a Saturday night. She doesn't live in Japan anymore though, sadly. But she would regularly come over, and we would go through all these sort of like modern. I'm not in the mood for this chat. Modern games, and she would watch and I would play, and it would be like game night. We'd get some like drinks in and some food, and we'd play like The Last of Us Part 1 and Resident Evil, all those sorts of great stuff. Went through some of the Silent Hills, and then she left, and I missed that space. So that was another thing that made me be like, well, why don't I stream? But the only thing with streaming is it's just putting yourself out there and potentially being vulnerable to just anybody, you know what I mean? And I'm not. I think people can be surprised how shy I actually am in real life, it takes me a long time to sort of come out of my shell, so streaming's kind of a bit of a weird concept, but for some reason I think my headspace is a bit different with it. I think it helps like just being a voice. I think it helps me feel like there's this certain distance that makes me more comfortable.
Fly ball to second.
But like in real life I'm a pretty... Like when I'm really good friends with somebody, I'm like this, like I talk constantly, I don't shut the fuck up. But when I don't know somebody much, I'm very quiet and not outgoing at all. But behind closed doors with my best friend, people would think I'm a total extrovert. Forcing your space to control in every shape and form. Yeah, but it's still having to deal with people maybe that you don't want to and stuff. I'm not very good at that generally in all walks of life. You know, like at work, for example. If we get somebody new start, I mean, one of my last co-workers actually joked about this to me. Just after we got to know each other quite well, but because I wasn't really working with her much for the first year, and then we ended up working together directly, but we've always been in the same building. And she said, "You didn't speak to me for a year." Because we got somebody new come, and I was just saying like we were talking a little bit, and I said, "Oh yeah, you know, since I'm a little shy," and then she was like, "Oh yeah, he didn't speak to me for an entire year," and I'm like, "What?" And she's like, "You didn't?" I'm like, "Ah." But then you'd look at us now, and you would never know that or presume that. But it's true. I didn't speak to her for about a year until I was forced to. Because I don't know what to say. I'm really shit at like that kind of small talk stuff, and it's when someone's like directly in front of my face as well. I'm just a bit. Because I've always been terrible, you know, like situations where you get like dragged out. When I was younger, where you get dragged out with your parents and you're sitting there at the pub or something, and my dad would always be like, "You got nothing to say then?" I'm like, "No." I don't know what to say to your friends. I mean, get half a bottle of wine in me and I'll talk to anybody, but yeah. What is streaming at? I mean, it's part small talk and it's part just talking to yourself, to be honest. I think there's a certain element of you just need to know how to hold a monologue, which I'm a chatterbox. I love to talk, and I was always like in school getting in trouble for never shutting the fuck up. It's a Pandora's box. Once the lid comes off, that's it. But getting the lid off takes a long time.
Strike. Strike. Out. To third. Strike.
Yeah, horrified. It's more talk to track is great because you can leave the conversation. See, I can't.
He bunts it.
So when you get some like awkward moment with somebody that walks in, you just like sitting there like, somebody else please fucking say something. Please say something, because I can't right now. Quite often nervous talkers who talk non-stop. Am I a nervous talker?
He bunts it.
Trying to listen to everyone that allows a lot of other people to just talk non-stop in person. You can't be interrupted unless you want.
Strike.
I think, you know, the other thing that helps though is the fact that I have a game, and the game is, the way that I present stuff is, the game is generally the main star of the show. and I'm here to host the game, you know? Whereas I think there's a lot of streamers that I think the game is the background noise and they want to be the star, like, and it works for some people. Like, it's different strokes for different folks or whatever, and some people like that and some people don't. But I think there's some streamers where the game is incidental. It's just, I'm streaming. Hello, I'm here, I'm streaming. Whereas for me, my approach is, we're playing this tonight, this is the game, and I'm going to talk to you while I do it, but this is the video game that we're playing tonight. And I'm actually like throwing my arms around while I'm saying all of this. I'm doing gestures and pointing at the TV. But here we are. Let me get Roxy out. We're playing a video game. Where is she? This is the video game. Okay? This. There. Freddy's buzzing to be here. But it's definitely just a different thing. I think some people are about silence, so just continue to talk. Oh, silence is... sometimes you need a bit... I mean, I'm always losing my voice because I don't take time to breathe, but... Freddy's buzzing to be anywhere. I think my headspace, though, when it comes to silence and Twitch and stuff, is that you have to really get in the mindset that you might talk a lot, but people in your chat might not necessarily want to or even can. If you're all like being naughty and you're supposed to be working right now, not everybody can chat all the time, but that doesn't mean they're not listening. And I think people worry too much that just because chat has stopped moving doesn't mean that nobody's not there anymore, you know what I mean? And I think you have to just keep a mentality of like, while you're talking, there's probably people still listening, and stop thinking like, oh, did everybody leave just because chat stopped moving? Maybe there's just people are just listening instead and don't have anything to say on the matter right now. Maybe the phone rang. Maybe they're just giving you a moment because the game is really intense right now. And sometimes there's nobody there, you know. Sometimes there is just genuinely nobody there. You know, you have those moments where you end stream and you go to your ending soon screen and your raid screen and chat's dead, and then you realise nobody's there. I realised when I finished Bubsy 2, I think the first time I finished Bubsy 2, I realised nobody was there at the end of the game because I finished the game and there was not a single peep about me finishing the game. And then I was like, good night. Sometimes it happens. People have been there before, and at that exact moment of towards the end of the stream, I think everybody had all just kind of gone at the same time. Maybe everybody was just so fucking repulsed by Bubsy they could not take any more of it. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes you have a weird day where you hit go live and nobody shows up for half an hour. But what do you do? I mean, maybe they do. Maybe there's just some people that are quiet and you just don't know, but nobody's actually in the chat. But in those moments, sometimes I'm just glad that I actually enjoy playing video games and I'm not just using it as a backdrop. So I just have to get into the game. Still having a great time. It's less frequent these days, I think, luckily, because I do believe I've had some certain amount of growth since I started doing this, like 4.5 years ago, 5 years ago. It was definitely harder at first, because the periods of quiet are much, much longer. But once you've got like a certain amount of people following you, you just get trickles of people that just come and go. People come in for 20 minutes, chat to you for 15, bugger off. Maybe they come back an hour later, but in that hour's time maybe somebody else has shown up. It's just like a revolving door, and I'm stuck in the middle going around. Still having a great time? Well, good. I'm glad you are. I'm usually having a good time.
Strike. Strike. Out. The first.
Finding the points of chance. Oh, really? I don't know what it is to me. I think it's just years of talking through, like, all my classes in school and getting in trouble.
Safe. Strike.
I'm a very, I don't know, it's like a paradox, I guess. I'm a very social, antisocial person. Like, I don't really like large numbers. I don't like always meeting new people. Gives me anxiety, but I also love to talk to the people that I do know, if that makes sense. Like, outside of Twitch, I love messaging my friends and all the time, even if I don't see them directly. I love, like, long... Like, I mean, Twitch has taken up a lot of my time, so a lot of that's changed. But before Twitch, I used to love long phone calls, or even just having a video chat while I'm doing something. Some games stand out more than others, though. Typically, everyone when I wake up, which could input more, but you just naturally quite. Oh, that's absolutely fine. You've said that sentence. There's like a few people I've noticed over the years, because sometimes I've had a look at like the list at the end of a stream. I don't look while I'm streaming. That's just this nightmare. Like, no point really doing that. But yeah, since I'm raiding out, I might have a little click and see who was actually in at the end or something out of nosiness. And you realise who lurks you. And there's some people that I've noticed that have often, and you know, when I've not had a raid, so you know it's not just someone that's been forced to be here, but like someone who's shown up in the chat list and appears to have never really spoken at all. But I think, well, if they're happy to click and open my stream, and they follow me, and I'm like, well, I guess they're just having a good time in their own way, and that's absolutely acceptable. I'm not going to start like announcing them and being like, would you speak up in my chat, please? If you just want to sit and chill out, then good for you. We can't talk to... Could you imagine a Twitch where every single person that watched the stream tried to all talk at the same time? It would just turn into one of those, like, you know, 10k streamers where it's just chat going all the time. So you need people that are happy to just sit and enjoy it like a television show as well. Who, I mean, they probably read the chat and listen to me, but don't join in themselves. So, going to wait for your mum to be finished on the phone before you could use the internet. Oh god, yeah. We had 2 phone lines though, but my problem was just, are you still on that? Because it cost money. That was the thing that I used to get. And then I know that there's 1 or 2 people that I've seen over the years that they don't actually talk, but sometimes when they've been here, if I finish a game, they'll just say GG, but that's all they ever say. And that's also fine. I appreciate people who are here who don't even talk, you know? Because that's what keeps it going. You need both. You need people to talk to, but you also need people to just support you.
Out. The second.
Dedicate with client chat. You're allowed chat to say you did the right thing. Very few about driven.
The short.
I think when I first was starting out, I had my friends that were like streamers too that would watch me, and maybe I would talk to them. But yeah, well, I suppose in some senses I do like a little bit of, like, I like to know that the baseball's bearable. If you're here right now playing Ninja. But they might not. The thing is though, with lurkers, they might not be here anyway. Like, people tab people all the time, don't they? It doesn't mean they're necessarily watching, and it's just embarrassing. Just because someone's name's in the chat doesn't mean they're even remotely listening. Matt's back. Don't know if you're doing the right thing. Sometimes it's not about doing the right thing though, it's about finding the right people who like what you're doing, I think is more important. Because am I doing the right thing? I'm playing fucking R.B.I. Baseball 94 for 35 hours. 2 weeks in a row on my 10th stream of R.B.I. Baseball. Is this the right thing? Or have I just found the right people that think that this is acceptable behaviour? I think sometimes that's just the angle that you need to have on it. I mean, not saying that I'm like having a huge success. If you want huge success, don't listen to me for advice. But I'm still enjoying myself, you know. People are in my chat and talking to me. Well, exactly. Apathy is the right person for this stream. And somebody that doesn't like this is the wrong person. So I like to believe that I make I make this game better. I like to believe that well, I mean, maybe some of you are explicitly here for the R.B.I. baseball, and that's perfectly acceptable, but I like to believe when it's these monotonous sports streams, you're just here to talk to me. It's not really about the game. Like Jailbreaker, the pull might be the game. Maybe it's me playing the game a little bit too, but the pull is also this interesting game. But R.B.I. Baseball 94, hopefully you're here because you just like chatting to me. So, exactly. That's sort of how I am with some people that I watch. Doing God's work. There is no God. Only R.B.I. Just can't resist some R.B.I. Well, you've missed about 9 of these streams on Legion. You're slacking. Atlanta wins again. Woohoo! Ah, we're on a roll. 44-7. What's that? What's the math with that? So that is that. Atlanta. We've got 29 baseball games to go. 29. Woohoo! Your long search for dedicated to R.B.I. baseball stream is finally here. You know, Critical, sometimes I can't actually work out how serious you are. Like, do you genuinely love retro baseball games? And it's okay. You know, we're here to support you in your horrible problem. It's one hell of a password. You should try putting it in. Should pre-work morning routine all that much better. Well, if it helps, I woke up to see we raided into here and stuck around because it was R.B.I. R.B.I. baseball. Well, thank you very much. Hello there to you too. And followers are anonymous, but if that was you, unfortunately R.B.I. baseball will be leaving in about a week's time. So don't get too attached. But there's still going to be quite a bit of baseball to go. I can't say it's the most interesting way to play R.B.I. baseball though. I just sort of like scum the pitches and get a few swings and bump the rest, because this is what, game 48 now? You're keeping enigmatic. That's a no then. Or is it no, it's an embarrassed yes. I can't even work it out. 1 game away for every year you've lived. Wait, I'm not 29. Wish I was. Why the fuck do you think I'm 29?
Fly ball to left field.
Round for the baseball, staying for the vibes. Well, there'll be more baseball too if you're curious. What we're doing here, if you haven't figured it out. We're going through all the Mega Drive games, and this is one of them. Whoops! Don't know what I just pressed
Fly
there.
ball to left field.
And there's a lot of sports going on there. We have
A home run.
20 baseball games left. We could all be 29 if we really want to. My digestion disagrees.
Fly ball to first.
So she around 1993 Atlanta Braves. Specifically, you can't resist this. Atlanta. But yeah, baseball. If you like baseball, we've already done Roger Clemens MVP baseball. We've done Tommy Lasorda's baseball. We've done R.B.I. 3, 4, 93, and now we're on 94. And we've done Tony La Russa's baseball as well, which I really didn't like.
You're out.
29 and fine, crew.
Strike. Strike.
Forever 21.
Out.
I'll move this track along, it's boring me now. Oh, no, there's a banger.
Strike.
Do, 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 do. Which raid did you come in from, do you know? I'm curious now. Were you watching Cobra Commander? Or somebody else? How far have you travelled?
Out. Strike.
Is that why you're here in Legion actually? Or did you just did you wake up still in Cobra stream, or did you come in later?
Strike.
Well, Cobra Commander raided in tonight for the first time in ages, because we never line up with time zones, because she stayed up really late. Because she usually ends about 6 at the very latest my time, and she raided in at 8 PM for me. And 6 for her is still kind of late. I never get to raid Cobra though, because I'm at work when she streams, except on the weekends. I watch her in the morning. I think that's sometimes just how it is though, isn't it? You've got people that you watch and people that you raid. I don't get to watch Ryudo really either, because you stream in the mornings.
You're out. To third.
2 cricket games and only 1 volleyball. Why, do you want more volleyball?
Safe. Fly ball to left field.
She was up all night and morning. Well, I think, because I had a little peek while I was getting my dinner ready, and I think she'd been on for 8 hours at that point. She's trying to, I think she's just trying to finish the game in one sitting. Some like old point and click. I was at work all day today, so I didn't see any of it.
Fly ball. Foul ball.
We're waiting for the snooker pool game. One of them's like all 3D, I think.
You're out.
The side pocket games look rough. Like, difficult. For this time of day. You see me on, you just click. Well, I appreciate that. It really does help.
He bunts it.
Can't believe that bunt even works. I'll just leave it in. You wake up and see the moon is on. Are you getting out of bed? Hey G, how are you?
He bunts it. You're out.
Ooh. Yeah, I went to click on you today, I think. Or was it yesterday? And you just ended as I started my work break. Side pocket, yeah, it looks tough.
Strike.
Tight but good. I'm not going to be on too much longer.
Out.
But we have broken into the 20s now. It feels like the end is slowly is getting in sight. You know, when this is all over, it's going to be just nothing. It's going to be absolutely not worth it. Nothing's going to happen. There'll be no interesting ending. It will just go cold.
Strike.
Ugh, like my soul. I forgot your schedule.
Strike.
I can't stop yawning now. You win the series. I don't think it probably barely even say that, to be honest. It wouldn't surprise me if it just says you win the last game. Well, no, it might just say, yeah, you win the series, and then it'll just go back to the 10-gun logo. Could you imagine though, if there's anything even remotely special with this game, even if it's just like literally just like, I don't know, Roger Clemens just winking at the camera or something, I'll be made up. That's my best baseball reference right now. I was looking at B Swift but wasn't feeling it.
Fly ball to second.
You are champion. I'll take that.
You're out. Fly ball to third.
Oh, why am I still playing? Just bunt.
Safe. He bunts it.
He bunts it.
Foul ball. He bunts
FMV
it.
on a cart. Hey, the N64 managed. You could argue almost that what is it? Sonic.
He
What is
bunts
it? Sonic 3D's got FMV, hasn't it? But no, they wouldn't put that much effort in for this. Rise of the Robots, maybe? Bunt hype.
He bunts it.
A very short clip.
You're out.
And just an FMV of the director's arse wiggling around.
He bunts it.
You read about those stories though, you know, like someone that worked on the game and in the code it just says something like, what is it, that game, there's a Japanese game that's famous for it, isn't there, where it's just got this developers put in the game code, but it's just him bitching everybody out, like on about like everybody's like that fucking bastard that he's like working with, and it's just him like slagging everybody off, and he put it in the game code.
Strike.
You just think like, not petty, are you? A really cool intro.
Strike.
Oh, Sonic.
Out. Strike.
There will have been people that did this though. In 1994,
Strike.
there's probably been a lot of people that played an entire thing. Because I remember playing a league like on NBA Jam and stuff like that. When you got nothing else to do.
Oh.
Yeah, I've seen some YouTube videos on things like that, I think, with the code.
Strike.
You saw that in 96.
Strike.
What, you mean Sonic 3D? That intro's great, yeah.
Out.
Rise of the Robots, I think, has a brief FMV at the start. And then, do any of those weird ones like Subterranea, that's a sort of like FMV? Not Subterranea. What's the one with the helicopter? Is it the Red something?
To second.
I don't think what else might.
You're out.
The road. Does Toy Story doesn't have any actual moving, does it?
First. Foul ball. To short.
It does. Red zone. Let's move this along.
Strike.
It's always Thunder Force in my playlist. Ah, do you know what else I didn't think about for Ryudo's list of great Mega Drive games? It's like stuff like Road Rash. God damn it!
Fly ball.
My
to
brain
right
is
field.
weird. I know this is Fantasy Stone, but here's the link that I just did in my head. I went, oh, Fantasy Zone. I should have recommended that, but then I was like, oh, maybe it wasn't so good actually. But yeah, maybe it's kind of good though. But then but it's pretty iconic for Sega. Do you know what else is iconic? Super Hang-On. But then again, should I recognise that? Oh, but you know what? I should recommend Road Rash. There we go. That's my brain on the frying pan connection to Road Rash. Took about 10 seconds in my head.
To short.
Does make sense. It does. Woo, 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 woo. Road Rash is a banging game though. But then again, I suppose you could make arguments that it's not Mega Drive. I think it's iconic Mega Drive though, personally. I think a lot of people played it on the Mega Drive, but yeah, it was on other things. I mean, Super Hang-On is as well, but it was definitely Sega first before other stuff. Super Hang-On's tough. I finished Super Hang-On. Not to brag, but I finished Super Hang-On. Yeah, did it. Did. That is one of my real sort of I'm proud of achievements because as a kid I found that game utterly impossible and I can't believe I've actually finished it. You know, when I was starting doing this, like, oh, I'm going to play all the Mega Drive games, it was stuff like Super Hang-On that made me go, no you're not. And I was thinking, I'm going to give it a good go, but Super Hang-On's there and you're not going to do Super Hang-On. I've fucking done Super Hang-On. I think that those are the milestones where I thought, you know what, I could do this, perhaps. I could perhaps do this. Because I always thought Super Hang-On was impossible. It's just got a bit of a learning curve, like quite a learning curve. Yeah, I think Road Rash is iconic Mega Drive. Oh, stop reminding me that I haven't finished Mega Panel. I'm not going to finish Mega Panel.
Strike.
I'll try, but I won't be able to do it.
Strike.
Mega Paddle is for like people that do like Tetris competitions.
Out. Strike. Strike.
Did we start on 37 games tonight? Or 38? Could I get it down to almost done 10 games tonight? I did start like about half an hour earlier than yesterday.
Strike.
Or was it the other way around? 37. 3 and 7. 37. Do you have bingo in America like we have bingo in the UK with like all these obnoxious, stupid call-outs? When I went back home, I went on these like coach trips with my mom, which is mostly for elderly people, and they played bingo on the bus, and I had to listen to all the calls, and oh my god, I forgot how like cringe it is. Eyes down, yeah. What is it like? 1 and 9, 5? What? 1 and 9? The Brighton line, just shit like that. Gotta keep it exciting. How I want 'em, 1 and 8, 18 or whatever it is. How I get 'em, 81 or something. It's just like, oh. I actually added years onto that, to be honest, to be PC.
Second.
2 little ducks, 22. Quack quack. Yeah.
Fly ball.
Do do
Foul
do
ball.
do. Quack 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 quack.
Fly ball to right field.
Might have missed the game. Eyes down. Think it was kind of fun.
A home run.
What's the other one? It's something like all the fives, those nagging wives. Nag, 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 nag. I was just dying listening to all these calls while I was like playing on my Vita on this boss. And that was it, like number 10. Those what is it? Moaning men. Moan, 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 moan. I mean, a lot of it's probably local, isn't it? But yeah. Didn't shout house at the grannies. No.
Out. Fly ball to first. You're out. Fly ball to right field.
There was a really weird call, and I can't even remember what it was now, but it was something like,
You're out.
oh, what was it?
Strike.
It was just really long-winded. I can't remember the number now, but you know, it was something like 24. Who's at the door? Come on in. We've got some bacon and a cup of tea and blah blah. And it was like this long-winded story just for calling one number. Sit down, pull up a chair, have some bacon and a cup of tea. 24 at the door. So I was like, what?
Strike.
You know the bus thing though. It was literally like, if you know Peter Kay, it was like I felt like I was on a sketch show of that.
You're out.
Is it like Benidorm or whatever it is?
Strike. Strike. Out.
What would your top 5 Mega Drive games of all time be, G? I was trying to pick earlier.
Fly ball.
I
to
couldn't pick
third.
5 though. But can you? I have too many. Just bun, we've already got 10.
He bunts it.
Move this one along. First baseman.
He bunts it.
Easy. I mean, one of them Streets of Rage 2.
He bunts it.
Sonic?
You're out.
Sonic 2? Or would you do all of them? Sonic 1, Sonic 2, Sonic 3? Sonic 2, Streets of Rage 2, Shinobi 3? I feel like I should know what the other one is, and I can't think. There's one that I can't think of. Oh, El Viento. El Viento, Streets of Rage 2, Sonic 2.
You're out.
Ooh.
Strike.
Captain Lang.
Strike. Out.
A Shining Force 2. I forgot about that. Rocket Knight Adventures. Ah.
Strike.
Surprised you don't put Sonic 3 and Knuckles. I always liked that one, but maybe it's a time in your life when you played them as well. But yeah, I loved Sonic 3 and Knuckles. That's my favourite. Oh yeah, anybody else is welcome to answer as well, by the way. This isn't an exclusive G question. I was just particularly curious because I know that you... what's the word? Like, you stream a lot of Mega Drive stuff like I do, so... Sonic 2 Hybrid Front. Is Hybrid Front that good? I've never played it. I have it though. Gunstar Heroes, Super Shinobi 2. Which is that? Is that Shinobi 3? Micro Machines 2. Oh, Micro Machines. Good guesses. I don't know if I could pick a top 5. I really don't. Like, Crusader of Senti Soleil, Sonic 3 and Knuckles, Tiny Toons Adventure.
Bird.
I must guess James Pond 2 in some ways. For how much I might go back to it. Castle of Illusion must be in there. Oh, yes, Tasmania. Yeah, definitely. It's definitely the top 5 something.
He bumps it.
Revenge of Shinobi. It'll change tomorrow. Oh, yeah, Landstalker.
He bumps it.
I mean, Story of Thor as well, to be honest, for me. Story of Thor is one of my beloveds. But then I've got new games that I've discovered now in later life, like Rocket Knight Adventures and... oh, Echo the Dolphin has got to be my top 5, actually. No, Echo's got to be in there. Yeah, Crusader Senti, Sonic 3... oh, Fantasy Star, fucking hell. This is why I can't do it. Fantasy Star 4, Echo the Dolphin... Pugsy I like as well. It's too hard. And then, I mean, for a shoot 'em up, so I'd probably say like Hellfire or... Hellfire, Genog. And then if you want to have some sports in there, like Arnold Palmer's Tournament Golf. Really liked. Outrun. Outrun's class.
Strike.
So far, Contra Hard Corps, I've never played that except just to like mess about on it once on stream briefly. Sonic 2, Streets of Rage 2, they're all great. Fantasy Star 4, Ernest Evans. Have you? I need to blow my nose, but have you played El Viento? And what do you think of it? Why haven't you played El Viento? That is so weird. Like, you love the other game in the series, mind you. It took me forever to play Link or Level Story, which is allegedly a spiritual successor to Crusader of Senti, so yeah. And also I've still never played Suikoden 3, despite it being my favourite series of all time. So okay, I get it. I've answered that question. You're going to prefer Senti Slay over... yeah. Hellfire rules. I just wish Hellfire could remove the final level and replace it with something better. Otherwise it would be it's a perfect game until the end for me, really. Valis 3, that was the other day then. Could all check G out. Gunstar Heroes, Fantasy Star 4, Shining Force 2, Streets of Rage 2. And I've already played... well, I know, I've only played 2 of those. Played Aviento. I've not played Ernest Evans. Rudo, you said Castle of Illusion. I thought you didn't like that much. Or you didn't see the hype. Did you really like it then? I couldn't do Sega Master System because I've not played enough games of it. I've only played like Sonic 1, New Zealand Story, Streets of Rage. Like my top 5 will probably be mostly all the games that you had. I thought the other day you said you didn't really see why it was as big as it. Well, I can't remember what you. I thought it was literally like yesterday. You just said it, like you thought it was good, but you didn't. I don't know, because I just remember saying that like I was trying to explain how it was a big deal because it came out before Sonic and stuff. Was it somebody else that said they didn't? I think maybe it was somebody else. I think I'm getting my wires crossed. Maybe somebody else in chat said that they didn't think Castlevania was that great. Some people prefer the Master System version of Castle of Illusion, actually. I know Angel much prefers the Master System version. I'm not very familiar with it. Oh yeah, that's a point, Rudo. If you liked it, you can play the remake. I enjoyed the remake. And the remake is like one of the best kinds of remakes. So...
He bunts it. Foul ball.
Conflating with Cat. Quackshot. I was talking specifically about Castle of Illusion though, but I don't know whether I'd misread your comment.
Out.
You weren't keen on... Oh, maybe it was you. Maybe it was you.
He bunts it.
Oh yeah. It's a great game for 1990, and like I was saying, you should totally try the harder mode. If you really like it and you want to like just get a bit more out of it. It's tough stuff. I'm going to try at some point again and try and finish
He
it.
bunts it. You're out. Hey.
Hey everyone.
He bunts it. You're out.
At everyone. Hello. World of Illusion's good as well, which is what this is from. World of Illusion is also just, it was, it's very important to consider the co-op mode when you talk about World of Illusion, because that was one of the huge things about it. It was just a really fun co-op game when you were a kid. But even as a standalone, like one player, it's good too, because it's got variations on it. Like Mickey and Donald have different levels at certain bits where it branches off. Like generally, each area has a Mickey exclusive and a Donald exclusive, and then there's also a 2-player exclusive level. So it's got basically 3 different versions of the game, depending on who you play as and who with. Oh, this was a good game too, actually, that Techie Rob picked. Mercs, which is, what is it, Senjon Okami 2, which is a sequel. What's the original called in English on the NES? Soldiers something, probably. Commando, that's it. So Mercs is the sequel to Commando. And Mercs was a really good time. Took a while, but it's one that grows on you a lot, I think. So it was quite tough. And it's got 2 different modes. I did both of them.
He bunts it.
I just want to say maybe I enjoyed the arcade mode first.
You're out.
But then I think the original mode sort of grew on me over time. Had great music though.
He bunts it.
In the original mode. That's one of the Capcom collections. It is, yeah. I think it's the arcade version, isn't it? So I kind of fancy getting that one. Just to try the arcade version.
Hey.
Sometimes these guys reach first base. They're smooth operators.
He bunts it.
He bunts it. Whoa. This was shot with early Capcom versions. Yeah, I mean it's a real arcade in your living room kind of experience.
You're out.
Am I the only one that thinks the Batman Returns soundtrack on the Mega Drive is underrated?
Strike. Strike.
Fucking hell, San Francisco. Whooping their ass. Super Car Boots, I haven't played it to death.
Strike.
Yeah, I want to get a copy of that one for sure. But it's just, it's not the cheapest of games, so it would have to be like on a thoughtful month, not just a whim. It's not catastrophically expensive, but just, yeah.
Out.
Probably about 40 quid.
Strike.
35. What about the Wowie Wars? Oh, what about them? Oh, that conversion. I'll have to see how I feel when I play it now, but when I played it I remember playing it about like 7 or 8 years ago and I was going through the Mega Man games and I don't remember the slowdown bothering me that much. I won't pretend that it's better than the NES games though, because it isn't, but yeah. Yeehaw!
Play ball.
Bye Bob!
Strike. To second. Strike. Strike.
Actually, version fix stuff.
Out.
Had stave issues. What, the original or the retro bit one? I don't know. No, means substitute now. I still wish they'd done all of them though. I know there's that fan one.
Strike.
But yeah, it would have been cool. Wow, 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 wow.
Fly
Oops.
ball to left field.
And an oops is all he needs. No, no, it's not. He's out.
Strike. Fly ball to left field.
Isn't there is there a fan hack that fixes it? But I can't remember how bad it is. I'll have to see when I finally get to it.
Fly ball to short.
Like apart from the few things, I just don't know it, and I don't have nostalgia for it, so I don't really feel like it's my place to really comment on so well, because I feel like most of my opinions are kind of biased on the lack of nostalgia.
You're out.
I'm sure I would connect with it a lot more if I actually grew up with it, which I didn't. But some of its hits I quite like. I like the Mega Man games. I don't really like Zelda on the NES, I'm not going to lie. I don't really care about Zelda 1 and 2 particularly much.
A home run.
I think I like the Marios. I didn't play them that way though. I played the All-Stars remakes, but they're kind of the same, so I guess they're good. Castlevania's okay. I like Final Fantasy, but I've not played those specific versions much. I have played like briefly when emulation first that was a thing, but
Safe.
What else have I even played on the NES? I played Mother 1. Which is okay. Not my fave. I don't even know what else I've really played on the NES. Not much else, I think. Oh, I played Metroid. I thought it was alright. I don't like invisible walls as a mechanic though. It felt like I needed a guide. I preferred Metroid 2, I think, actually. I can appreciate Metroid though. I like Super Metroid, obviously. You love the NES as well? See, I don't really know it very well. There's so much on it I've never played. There's stuff that I'd like to play though. I'd like to play things like Silver Saga. So I like RPGs. I want to play Crystallis. That looks good. I want to play Star Tropics actually. I watched that stream I was on about earlier. I watched them play Star Tropics years ago. I thought Homebrew might be decent. Metal Gear Solid on Mega Drive was kind of cool.
Strike.
Yeah, I have more nostalgia for the Master System. I don't have any nostalgia for the NES, so...
Strike. Strike.
I saw some odd comment on Twitch, I think, earlier. It was like, Pirates Contra Ultima, Crystallis I'd like to play, yeah. Pirates, we have a Pirates on the Mega Drive, I think. Pirates Gold. I'm kind of looking forward to that one. It's a release Backwater. Yeah, I saw somebody, I think, on Twitch today say something like they learned, I presume they were American, but they said something like they learned today, or they learned recently that Master System was king in 1991 in Europe, and I was just thinking like, I don't think it was. Like, yeah, it was more popular, but I think it's a bit overblown to how popular the Master System was overall, like over time. Like 1991, I feel like the Mega Drive was probably kind of king at that point. People still had Master Systems, but Cast of Illusion was out, like Sonic 1 was out in 91. Because sometimes, I think my point with this is sometimes I wonder with, you know how the gaming history is sort of America-centric, so people discount the Master System and stuff, but then at the same time I think there's also a big awareness online that people are aware that, oh, the Master System did well in Europe and South America, but I think sometimes it's almost to the point that they think that like people were still rocking their Master Systems in like 97. It's like, yes, it did better, but it wasn't like abnormally long-winded, it just had a longer... It's like the NES in North America, I think. It lasted quite a while, but it wasn't necessarily the main machine everybody was playing in like 92, but yeah, people still were playing the NES in 92. Brazil making... Well, I don't know, I can't speak for Brazil, because I've not lived there, but I don't know. I wonder if it's that big in Brazil right now, just because they're still making it. I'm suspicious that it's of significance. Any Brazilians want to speak up and say I'm wrong? Feel free, because I don't know.
He bumps it. You're out.
Master System, I think most, like, I found it kind of hard to decide myself. Like, obviously it's got better colour than the NES, but I'm not sure if the pixel art is always better in details, because there's some very like attractive NES games, but just the colour's not great.
Strike.
I think it's kind of an awkward one to compare with.
Strike.
But I mean, it's like Phantasy Star against Final Fantasy is very different. You know the one that I do find weird though, that people mention and I never really care about? People talk about the colours on the Mega Drive versus like the Super Nintendo, for example, and talk about the limitations of colour on the Mega Drive. Can't say it's something I ever really thought about or noticed or cared. I feel like the Mega Drive has lots of lovely colour, and I never feel like it's lacking. But I guess I quite like just very colourful, bold-looking games anyway. The sprite flicker's bad, yeah.
Strike.
But it's also, isn't it kind of a bit unfair because like how old is the NES and how old is the Master System? When did the Master System first come out? Because like you got like what, mid 80s and late 80s, and you know 4 years can be a big difference.
Strike. Strike.
You never felt it does. I kind of feel in my heart of hearts the Super Nintendo mostly has an advantage. I'm not a huge console wars person. I don't really care. I kind of like both. I like both of them equally, and they have different games that I love. But I mean, I feel like there's certain games that run better on the Mega Drive. Like shoot 'em ups usually run smoother and faster and better on the Mega Drive. But I feel like in terms of like beautiful graphics, like when you think about stuff like Square Enix, kind of not Square Enix, but Square Soft kind of pixel art on the late Super Nintendo pixel art is really fucking gorgeous. And I don't know quite if the Mega Drive could have achieved that, but there's still some gorgeous Mega Drive games as well, like Dynamite Headdy and. I mean, I think Pugsy's gorgeous myself. I don't think it was late 80s. When did the actual Master System come out though? See there, well, yeah, there's 2 years between them.
Strike.
Yeah, it's Battle of the Actually. It's kind of tiring, I think. I really don't. I just don't understand why we can't like more than one thing. I don't know why we have to live in extremes all the time. Everything has to be so, it's this or it isn't. You like this and you must, if you like this then you hate this. Like, I play Mega Drive games on Twitch and I'm streaming all the Mega Drive games, and then the second I put on a Super Nintendo game, it's like, whoa, never thought we'd see you play a Super Nintendo game. It's like, why do you think I hate Nintendo? Well, you know, not the company, but like, why do you think I hate like the Super Nintendo? Just because I play Mega Drive? It's so silly.
Out.
And it's like the same with the Saturn. It's like you love the Saturn and the PlayStation shit. Why can't you just like both? I'm all for being like passionate and like you know, in a series I'm very happy to say like which one I prefer over another, but it's always about prefer. It's not like, you know, like which Final Fantasy is my favourite. I mean, the answer is I like most of them. I pretty much like all of them in their own little ways, but some of them I think are better than others. It's like the Tomb Raider series. Tomb Raider 1's the best, but I still enjoy the others. Just because I say that I love Final Fantasy 7 doesn't mean I have to also then like hate all the others.
Fly ball. Too short.
Oh my god, PS1. Yeah, have both of them and love them. PS1 versus N64.
Fly ball to short.
I've always said anyway, I'm about the games anyway, not the hardware. I like games. You know what the N64 had? It had fucking Zelda Ocarina of Time. PlayStation didn't have it. I really like Zelda Ocarina of Time, so you will never hear me complain about the N64 because it had one of my favourite games of all time on it. But if Zelda had happened to come out on the PlayStation, that would have been fine. Nah, it's just loads of... It's just a lot of hot air.
Strike.
Tribalism. It's just tiring though.
Ball.
It's the one that had the game you currently felt like playing. Yeah, exactly. But do you know what I noticed a little bit? Like, I don't know about people on Bluesky,
Out.
but I'm so tired of like this. Just of the push of the Saturn being an underdog. Saturn's not even remotely underdog or niche anymore. Everybody fucking loves the Saturn now. It's so cool to like the Saturn, and I just keep seeing these like weird like Bluesky things of like, you know, if you don't like the Saturn, we'll never be friends, or like, on this platform we appreciate the Sega Saturn. It's like, who are these people that don't like the Saturn? Because I've never met people that don't like the Saturn in retro communities. All I ever see in retro communities is people literally circle jerking about the Saturn constantly and pissing all over the PlayStation. That's all I ever see.
Strike.
You know, like yeah, people don't like the Saturn in the 90s, but in 2026 people love the Saturn. It's like it's one of the coolest things to stream off.
Oh.
Everybody loves the fucking Saturn. Because it's the failure one. That's in the West. That's why. It's the one that, you know, that you can, because people love to be like hipster and have the unique take or find the obscurity or something. So the Saturn's full of that because nobody bloody played it. Everybody played the PlayStation. The PlayStation's mainstream and boring.
You're out.
Gets a bad rap. Not anymore though. I really feel like it's been re-evaluated and it's the cool thing now. It's like the underdog. The failure one. Yeah. I mean, it was a failure where I grew up. Definitely all about the PlayStation. Didn't know anybody with Saturns. The Japanese games too, yeah.
Strike.
Saturn's lots of fun. I prefer the I in my heart of hearts though, right? I like the Saturn, and I actually really like getting games for the Sega Saturn, and I love reasons to play the Saturn. But I think the PlayStation for me is better because of the
He
library.
punts it.
The PlayStation just, there's too many huge, impactful on my life video games on the PlayStation for me to ever entertain that the Saturn was more important in my life, because I've only really come to the Saturn much later in life. But PlayStation, like, I mean, I had this conversation a bit ago while I was streaming, but I can't fathom people just dismissing the PlayStation as rubbish. My brain can't. I just think you're objectively wrong. I think you are actually objectively wrong. If you don't like the PlayStation, I don't really understand it, because it's just a machine. But I think with the library that the PlayStation has, there's something for everybody on it. I can't handle it, and I've had an argument about it in my own channel. I've seen I remember Cobra Commander was streaming something once on the PlayStation, and somebody in the chat was saying, I hate the PlayStation basically, and the whole library is rubbish. There's nothing good on it. I've never liked a single, and I'm just like, you're talking out your arse. You're talking out your arse. Because for a start, people will say that, oh, the PlayStation's rubbish and the Saturn's great. And it's like, you know, like a huge chunk of the Saturn library is on the PlayStation as well, right? The amount of overlap between the two. But like the PlayStation, like, fuck me. Metal Gear Solid, Tomb Raider, Crash Bandicoot, Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy 8, Final Fantasy 9, Resident Evil, Silent Hill. Like, you just can't. You just keep going and going and going with that. Xenogears, Chrono Cross, all these like just amazing video games that came out.
Out.
Spyro the Dragon, Tenchu. PlayStation was where all the console developers were putting their games out. All the exclusives were there as well. Legacy of Kain series. Oh, it's just so good. So many great games on the PlayStation. So I just can't. And of all genres, Gran Turismo, Grand Theft Auto, Tekken. Like fucking like Tekken, Soul Edge, Einhander, R-Type Delta. Like there's just everything is on it. So I can't be doing with this whole the PlayStation's crap. Saturn's so much better. It's got an amazing library. It feels like the equivalent of somebody trying to convince you that the Mega Drive is amazing and there's nothing good on the Super Nintendo. Just get out. Like, what are you talking about? Absolute nonsense. And, oh, the GameCube's great, PlayStation 2's rubbish. Yeah, PlayStation 2 is rubbish with all of its amazing exclusives. I mean, we can be honest and say that the PlayStation 2 maybe wasn't the best console on a hardware level, but in just terms of its success and things that happened, it's because it had fucking good games. Yeah. Video game libraries make consoles. You can have the best console in the world. If you've got nothing to play on it, nobody cares. To be heard, it does, yeah. If you don't have any good games on your console, what is the fucking point of having it? It's like having a piano but nothing to play on it. It's just a piece of wood. Consoles are getting kind of boring now. I do miss the analogy between the two. I never participated in this in my youth. I just used to play both. I just used to play the Mega Drive and the Super Nintendo and enjoy both of them. I played the PlayStation and the N64 and enjoyed both of them. I didn't play the Saturn. I didn't really have any thoughts on the Saturn because it was like, for me in the UK anyway, and being younger and not having money necessary to buy everything, the Saturn was like, it just kind of came and it went, and I don't even really remember it existing. It had kind of just gone bust by the time I was even like able to afford like my own games and things. I remember one person that I knew got a Saturn later when it was cheaper, and that's when I first ever saw one, but I was already playing the PlayStation at that point, and I looked at the Saturn and it just looked kind of old, ergonomically kind of weird looking, and because it was the Western version with the control pad, and he only had like Sonic R on it, which I think in 1999 I think it just looked crap. Sonic R and something else. No, I don't have any memories of the Saturn. It just sort of... I remember it existed because I used to get Sonic the comic and read all about like the Sega stuff at the time. But we skipped the Saturn, went straight to Dreamcast. Me and my brother, we didn't bother. We got a PlayStation, didn't do anything with the Saturn. There wasn't much on the Saturn that was demanding you to buy it, really. We wanted Story of Thor 2 because we love Story of Thor. That was the only game that I do remember. I remember being in a game station and seeing Story of Thor 2 in there and wishing I could play that, but it's like not buying a Saturn just to play Story of Thor 2. There was no Sonic as well. I mean, I'll say it until I'm in the grave. The reason I didn't get a Saturn, and I think a lot of people didn't get a Saturn, is there was no Sonic. If they'd have put a Sonic out on that machine, I would have probably nagged my parents to get one. but they didn't. And it was that, like, you want to talk about stupid mistakes or whatever, 3D, 2D, whatever. I'm not a business person and I'm not an expert, but it was very simple to me. You had no Sonic game, and that was your big fuck up because you lost all the kids.
Out.
Because I would have demanded a Saturn to play Sonic.
Strike.
And do you know what the Dreamcast did? It launched with a Sonic game, and I was very happy. I mean, that wasn't why I got one. My brother got one, but yeah, it definitely helped. Well, you'd have been a bit older by the time that came out as well, and I think PlayStation skipping the Saturn and going straight to PlayStation for me. I think the PlayStation built up a huge amount of loyalty, and there were so many big franchises because that's the other thing that's important, I think, with the PlayStation is so many franchises started on the PlayStation and then all their sequels are on the PlayStation 2. So that's why you needed to go there, because you want to play, if you're a console gamer, like I'm ignoring PC in this conversation, but like you're playing your Tomb Raiders, where's the next Tomb Raider? It's coming out the PlayStation 2. You're playing Metal Gear Solid, where are you going? It's going to the PlayStation 2. You're playing Spyro, where's the next one? Probably PlayStation 2, maybe GameCube when that came out later or whatever. You know what I mean? Like all those games. The next Crash Bandicoot is going to be on the PlayStation 2. Everything was coming out like that. So then it's like, well, say you've already sort of like not played Sega for about 5 years at this point. You've forgotten about Shinobi. There's no Shinobi on the Dreamcast anyway. There's no more Streets of Rage. There's no Golden Axe. There's no, you know, what have you got really? A lot of their IPs, they just sort of dropped them all.
Strike.
First Sega console, I loved it. I loved the Dreamcast too. PlayStation N64, there wasn't enough stuff on the Saturn to buy a third console. No, the reason we got an N64 was Zelda. It was very simple. Zelda. My brother is a huge fan of Zelda, and he will buy an entire console just to play Zelda, and that's what he pretty much did. Bought an N64 to play Zelda, he bought a GameCube to play Zelda.
You're out.
And then I liked Mario, so I got Mario
Fly ball to
64.
left field.
And yeah, I didn't have a very big N64 library. We mostly just, it was a Zelda machine. We played a lot of Zelda on it. Bit of Mario. I got Castlevania. So, well, the Saturn did. Yeah, I'm on about the Dreamcast.
Fly ball to short.
I've got the Shinobi Saturn game. Looks very cursed. I've not actually spent much time with it. Soul Calibur was absolutely amazing on the Dreamcast. I love that game. It's my favourite fighting series.
You're out.
Sad you never got the Dreamcast Castlevania. I always wonder what Chakan would have been like if it like Blood Omen 2 style. Yeah, it did end up on the PS2 because the Dreamcast was dead, but they should have got a move on.
Fly ball to right field. You're out. Strike.
But I don't know. Honestly, I'm not a bit. I think it's very easy to just like generalize and say Sega should have done this, Sega should have done that. I mean, if we're so fucking know-it-all, why aren't we like CEOs in like game companies or whatever? You know, we all just sit here and wag our fingers, and none of us are actually even like. Most of us aren't in the industry or even know anything about like proper business. So it's very easy to just say like, oh, Sega should have released a Shinobi on the Dreamcast. But I also wonder like, would Shinobi on the Dreamcast really have made that much of a difference? Probably not.
Strike.
I don't think by that point in time Shinobi would have made people be like, oh my god, I need a Dreamcast.
Strike.
Sometimes as well, like there's also just certain elements of things that you can't control. It's like Twitch, for example. why is one person more successful than another? Sometimes there's just weird factors that get involved. Obviously they've got to have some degree of interest or talent, but maybe it's what time they stream. Maybe it's who they know, who they're in their chats of other people and there's shared communities. Maybe there's word of mouth, maybe there's just some weird day that they streamed something and everything clicked and fell into place. But then you can apply that like to something else, like why didn't the Dreamcast do so well? Maybe people just weren't vibing with that kind of game at that moment in time. It's like Sonic Adventure is your first Sonic game. You like the first two Sonic games? I love Sonic Adventure. You definitely are who they know with a side of marketing knowledge. Who do you know, Ludo? Can you tell me? Let me get to know some people. But I think the other thing too is it's like you end up with games like you can make the best thing ever, but you can't force people to consume it. And I think that's just facts of life. You can do whatever you want, but you can't make people consume your product. Because like Okami on the PlayStation 2 is a great example, I think. It's a brilliant game. It's like a 10 out of 10 game. It was critically acclaimed. Nobody had a bad thing to say about it, but did people buy it? Did they bugger? Just, I think at that moment in time, we were all edgelords into God of War, and nobody wanted to play an animated dog. It's just a cultural, social thing at the time. I think a lot of teens were just looking at it and thinking, nah. And now it's had its day in the sun where we all admit that Okami's an absolute... I mean, I actually bought it at the time and loved it, but now it's been retroactively reappreciated because it's been ported loads and people are like, oh yeah, Okami, what a great game and stuff. But at the time, it bombed. And then the same with Prince of Persia, really, to my understanding, and I remember it in real time. Prince of Persia: Sands of Time, masterpiece, critically acclaimed, everybody fucking loved it. In the magazines and stuff, but it just didn't sell. Maybe it looked too cutesy. So what did they do with Prince of Persia Warrior of Time? They made him go all like edgelordy and got Godsmack doing the soundtrack and stuff, and they made it like basically like a God of War game because that was just what was in at the time, and you can't control those factors always. Sands of Time, I remember picking it up for I think about 10 quid, maybe even 20, and it had only been out for about a month, I think, but it just had a massive price slash because it just wasn't shifting. I mean, and now Prince of Persia: Sands of Time is remembered as a brilliant game, but quote me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Sands of Time was a poor seller, and then the series sort of like... I think people went back and played it later after the other ones, and then it's sort of been re-evaluated as a success. But the trilogy is a success, but I don't think the first one was a success at the time in the same way that the others maybe were, even though it had great reviews. I certainly got my copy of it because it had a price. I mean, actually, that might have been what helped it sell. I think the price cut, people maybe started to buy it, but yeah. I'm pretty sure it didn't sell so well at the beginning. No, I don't think many people bought it new, but the magazines were raving about it. But like I say, I think you can't convince people to play it. They might look at the front cover and just think this looks too like kiddish or cartoony. I mean, do you remember the uproar with, and I'm sort of guilty of this too, but like obviously this is, because if you think about the middle of the 2000s, it was very sort of like new metal, edgy, and then, you know, Zelda brought out Wind Waker and everybody was like, what? After seeing the what was it, the Space Channel trailer for the GameCube, like how Zelda Ocarina of Time style could look on a GameCube with the Ganondorf Link fight, and then they turned around and said, okay, Wind Waker, and everybody was just like, are you drunk? But I mean, it worked, I guess, it worked. It certainly probably sold, but I think that's the power of Zelda as a brand. But people were not happy with that graphical choice at the time because it was just totally, because it was just going against the grain of what everybody was currently into, really. We wanted darker, we wanted Twilight Princess at that point in time, not Wind Waker. That's what everybody was consuming. Everybody was playing like God of War and all sorts of like edgy, dark shit. I mean, do you remember? I mean, I don't know if God of War was actually out quite at that point in time, but do you remember when God of War did come out and like every game just had to be God of War? So exhausting. Devil May Cry in that time period as well. It was all gritty, edgy, cool.
Strike.
Yeah, that Prince of Persia flopped, didn't it? The 2008 one. I never finished that actually. It was gorgeous.
Strike.
Shell shaded racing game. Which one's that?
Short.
Remember like Wacky Racers and stuff. It's one animated teaser that came out prior to the GameCube release. I don't remember that one.
Strike.
Like 2D animation? I just remember the FMV kind of one that was like Link fighting Ganondorf, which made everybody think this was going to be the next Zelda, and then they changed the graphics completely.
Out.
Auto Modelista. I don't know that one. I've never heard of it.
Strike.
Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think that's why people got so like whoa about Wind Waker, because we were seeing that FMV and excited.
Out.
Atlanta wins! Woo! Right, I'm gonna have to stop because it's like 1 in the morning. I've got work tomorrow. Good lord. We'll leave Atlanta there. There's the password. Don't forget to check the password before I turn it off. What are the stats? 40 what? Atlanta. I can't do math. 5, no. 4, wait what? What's 46 plus 7? I need to go to bed. 53. So that means we've got 27 baseball games left. I hope you've had fun. We've had some amazing chats tonight. I've really kind of enjoyed this stream, I have to say. We've had a gajillion silly topics and my finger is tired from wagging. Oh, standing in the door of the pink flamingo is Jamesy. Say hello and wave goodbye. So it's a whole of a story of the handling model. But yes, oh, I'll change my scene, shall I? So you don't just listen to me breathing all the time. Yeah, this was